MC's character 1. I woke up in my room with a feeling of strangeness that I couldn't get out of my head. Something was wrong. But I couldn't put my finger on what it was. This is my room, I know it is. But there is something different, subtle differences that would make an OCD person scream out of discomfort. Or maybe scream because of the fact that maybe I am not in my room anymore. People normally scream in these situations, right? I look around trying to localize the source of my discomfort. Did my parents take some of my things as a punishment? But wall color? Books/manga/comics? Different. Computer? What? They stole my PC gamer? What is this old thing doing in its place? Where once I had 3 24-inch full HD LED monitors. Now it has only one very thick monitor, which looks like it came out of a public library. I look at the bed clock and know that it is 6:06 p.m. I had taken a nap because I had experienced some of the worst headaches of my life. Wait, I don't even have a bed clock. How did I know what to look for? And that it was there? Like it's a habit to look at it. I always look at the time on my smartphone. It seems that staying up 2 days in a row playing games on the internet is not good for you. Who could tell? Note to self, just because it's the summer vacation doesn't mean I can overdo it. Wait a minute. It's summer. Why is it so cold? And why is the sky already so dark? It's still 6 p.m. There is definitely something strange going on. Stay calm and think. My name is Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Dual nationality. Brazilian father, USA mother. I currently live in or is it New York? Confused. Pardon. A sharp pain goes through my head and everything makes more sense now. Oh, now I see. Now I get it. Now the pieces are falling into place. The room that is so similar and different at the same time, the strange climate, things seem older. Putting on my glasses for nearsightedness and looking at the date on the clock I can see. It is January 21st, 2004, my birthday. I will be 16 today. And my parents are coming to pick me up and we are going to eat something I like at 7 p.m., so I slept in the afternoon to have more energy. The day is the same, the month the same. Strange is the year, it should be 2022 and not 2004. I was transmigrated. I was transmigrated in myself. Self-insert in itself. But 18 years in the past, only I am the same age before I go to sleep. That is, in this world I was born 18 years earlier than in the previous world. I went from Gen Z to Boomer in a nap. For what? Why me, and what is this new world? It looks modern and similar to my old world, so I'm not in an Isekai fantasy harem unfortunately. The action figures give a clue, there is a Darth Vader and others that I recognize, but there are others that I do not. Where there should be a 60 cm x 100 cm Superman All-Star poster, there is a Captain America one. And I have far fewer Legos than I used to. Is that a half-finished Millennium Falcon? I didn't have that before. Focus. Maybe it's the similarities that are anchoring my sanity, but I'm not freaking out. But I need to know where I am. Try to remember Hector. The history of this world compared to my former world developed similarly. A feeling of dread begins to spread through my body. I have a hunch where I am. My memories of this life are the answer. My life here is eerily similar to my old one. Except for where I am, I should live in Rio, not in New York and Queens. My location makes me feel that something is at stake here. It doesn't seem to be random. And everything is confirmed, as in all fanfics, there is a fucking Tony Stark in this world. And I know a Peter Parker too, by the way. This explains a lot. My parents are doctors, they met each other doing volunteer work in the Amazon. They are good people, with similar interests, similar professions. It is not strange that they married eventually. But when they got married and I was about to be born, they decided to settle in Rio, helping less fortunate people, and still have a more stable job and far from being harassed by my mother's relatives. Only in this Marvel universe. A world of geniuses and better technological developments than the previous world, they had excellent job offers here in the Big Apple of the world, at the plot point, at the convergence of people of interest. And so I moved here last year with my parents that are working in one of my grandfather hospital. To start high school, where? Obviously Midtown High, where more people of interest converge. Destiny is messing with me. Let's go, focus in my situation. My mind or soul has been transferred to Marvel's Multiverse, to an alternate version of myself, which is located in the place where everything can go wrong, but which has the greatest opportunities. My family, hobbies, names are the same. I can say that this is much better than being a drop-in and waking up in an alley with only the clothes on my back. Or no clothes at all. Now I can address the elephant in the room, or rather the bottle in the room. That could only be my cheat. I think as a look to the strange bottle in the corner of my vision. I vaguely remember reading the Meta Essence Gacha and finding the Essence of Gacha cooler because it gave more variety and would be more interesting if I were to write a fanfic. It would be a plot device, whatever I wanted the gacha to give. But I would be the author, and I wouldn't start in Marvel right away. But now there is a transparent bottle with a multicolored liquid that seems to spin in a whirlpool, or roulette wheel, right there on my study desk. I sigh and stand up. I pick up the bottle and examine it. There is nothing written on it. No messages or notes from an ROB, just the bottle. But when I touch it I know it's for real, it's really happening. It's not a prank. I'm not starring in my own version of The Truman Show. I am in Marvel and I have the power of gacha. Of winning anything in the Omniverse, of all fictions. My luck is not the best, but the essence of gacha is not about draining your resources and destroy your dreams as in other gachas. The essence limits its monthly draws. But don't give away useless things like stones or handkerchiefs. All meta essences are OP in their own way, gachas would be no different. I drink it in one gulp. Without hesitation. It's the strangest thing that ever touched my mouth. I tried to swallow it without giving it time to taste, but it is impossible. It is hot, warm and cold. Sweet, bitter, and hints of mint on the finish. As if to cover every possible taste and sensation, one at a time, leaving traces in your mouth. And the knowledge, the rules and possibilities enter my head, at the same time as essence goes into my stomach. Or it should, but I feel as if it disappears in the middle of the path. Merging with my whole body. It is my power now. I try to feel some change in my body. But nothing has changed, for now. Closing my eyes, I try to reach for the essence. Apparently I can choose how it will manifest. A roulette wheel, balls in a bowl. I go with a screen showing the cards, which I am most familiar with. The essence of gacha, which I will from now on just call gacha, is unlike any other gacha, which you can use whenever you want and draining your money. The rules can be simplified like this. It is possible to gain people, items, powers from all works of fiction. And there are other consumables that increase powers, modify items' appearances, change character personalities. One-time use only. 0.1 gacha point per day. You need 0.3 gacha per roll. You can buy a maximum of 100 gacha points monthly for $0.1 or equivalent per gacha point. You can buy in groups of 10 rolls, spending 30 GP and guaranteeing that at least one good card will come above what you would earn. Or you can pay double, 60 GP for 10 rolls, for something specific to the world you are in. That's basically it. There are other buying modes where you get cards for free, but their tier is low. So I would normally have 130 GP per month, varying in months with 28, 30 or 31 days, giving me 43 cards monthly. Getting $100 is easy, the problem is the limitation in rolls. But I have to see the level of what will come. Apparently better things will come the more you use, maybe even the limit per month will be removed. $1 per GP is very cheap. Without hesitation I open my wallet and take out a $100 bill and wish to use it in the gacha. The bill disappears. There is nothing gaudy about it. No particles of light or flames. It just disappears. And a 100 GP appears in my view. I wish the gacha to change the display. It becomes a simple screen in the air, the gacha points in the upper right corner. In the center is an empty circle. I think that's where the card will appear. It has two other different tabs. I want to click and it changes the screen to a bunch of standing rectangles. That's where the cards I won't use will be. I can't turn them back into cards, so I have to be careful. Especially with characters that I can't hide or explain their origin. And on the third tab, actually number 1, you have an oversimplified version of character statuses. It has my name, race, and some empty spaces for powers, items, and character assimilation. Then I can absorb or assimilate the characters, gaining their powers or summon them to be my subordinates, lovers, mentors, friends, brothers, etc. And it seems that the simultaneous assimilation is at most 2. How long would it take? Gacha said the characters are loyal, but could I send someone heroic to kill innocents? And also the items? They will be mine and I can control who can use them, but are they physically summoned forever? Do I have to carry a sword around with me? Or are they stored in their own pocket dimension? A lot of testing is needed, and there is only one way to get answers, using the gacha. Short introduction. But I thought in ending here because the next chapter is already ready and will be released simultaneously. Anyway, I have no idea of how long I will make the chapters. Varies to the moments. Enjoy. Roll the gacha disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Be like a tree, survive the rain but use it to grow. I decided to spend 60 GP for the cards specific to the setting I am in. I am in Marvel, a world of high danger and equally high levels of power. I will gain good things, right? And powers and items from here would be easier to explain. I can't go around using a lightsaber, for now, or Kamehameha. And spend 30 GP on normal gacha, giving me a total of 20 cards, and hopefully I'll get Dr. Manhattan and have an easy life. But I don't think it's possible at first. But I'll settle for Jiren or Superman. I'm not greedy. With gacha I can become God in an instant. Just be lucky once and bam, multiversal entity. I can't help but let a smile escape. I know I'm in a dangerous world, but I have the opportunity to be super strong, actually the strongest. The nerd and horny teenager in me also thinks about finding and summoning various characters. I can't deny it. But I won't fall into that trap, that's real life. I could die any minute, I have to take it seriously. Maybe because it is so similar to my past, I have no problem adapting. Now let's spin the gacha. Starting with Marvel Gacha, I wish for 60 GP to be consumed and the roll begins. Nothing game-breaking, but very good. I haven't become a cosmic hero, but I'm already above the street-level guys. I won Miles, the Spider-Man with the best power set. I didn't win a Franklin Richards. But Miles is one of the strongest who are not cosmic level. I already feel a little relieved. Now let's get to the big picture. 30 GP is consumed, leaving me with only 11 GP, which I will keep for now. Well, again, nothing that will make me bitch slapping everyone, but I am already much stronger than most. I won't die in some alley apparently. So I started to analyze what I won. There's nothing useless, is what I thought before, but it's not quite like that. There are things that I can't use because of momentary circumstances or because I'm unable to at the moment. Made in Heaven, a stand that makes the user accelerate infinitely and able to accelerate non-living things, on a universal scale being able to bring the universe to its end point and start again. But I can't use it because I don't have Enrico Pucci. That would be bullshit. Why can't I equip Gacha's abilities? The essence said that everything was usable. The answer comes to me as I question in my head. Certain abilities are born of very specific, inherent things in a character. The soul, personality. So I need the character to be compatible. So if I gain Zanpakutos, stands, or unique abilities, I need the character too. Makes sense, at least that restriction doesn't apply to powers born of genetics or physics. Gacha will adapt my body apparently. Will my skills be passed on to my children? Food for thought, but it doesn't matter now. That's a problem for the Hector of the future. I don't envy this guy, with all the threats that are coming his way, sucker. Going back to dealing with unique abilities, I will need the user to use stands. Which is not a problem for Funny Valentine, since I won his complete package. Him, his stand, even his clothes, which I will never wear, not even at gunpoint, and an American flag. Then I will have and be able to use D4C no problem, and with no chance of rejection. By the way, these abilities usually have a touch of personality and own will, Zanpakudos and stands, so the requirement for the character is to help me use them without a problem. This restriction is more for my benefit then. And I can use something like a Zanpakudo, like a sharp katana, but I won't be able to use it Shurikai and Bankai. The sword of actuation I will not use either, not because I cannot, but because I am not crazy. That sword can open gaps between the real world and the astral world. And by Stan Lee's mustache, I will not use that shit in Marvel. What kind of eldritch abominations or demons can crawl into this world if I carelessly use this fucking thing? Until I get stronger and am used to my possessions, I will try not to cause Armageddon. There are already enough people trying. And Zeta Flight Space Station has a similar problem. The item will appear relatively close by, so I will need to be in space to have my own base in orbit. Tizzy, I need a cosmic character. The resources on this space station would help me a lot, as well as not being easily accessible to others. Giving me security and privacy. Two things that are scarce in this world. Fucking bald bastards. In total I got 5 characters and a pet. Flurkin is a kind of cat with a universe in its stomach that can eat anything, the Lovecraftian monster in the form of a narcissistic animal. I'm not using it for now either, more trouble than it's worth. Unless I want to dispose of some corpses. Back to the 5 characters, I have to choose which ones I will assimilate and which ones I will invoke. Well, Shago is more useful summoned, right? Cough, I have Batman, Funny Valentine, Miles Morales, and Loki from the MCU. All are good, but I can only assimilate 2 at a time, and I don't know how long it takes to assimilate a character. I need to think a lot when choosing. Apparently, the stronger it is, the longer it takes. And the difference between me and the character is a factor as well. So I as a human wimp will take time to assimilate Loki and Miles, and I am in no hurry to assimilate both of them, because I won't be so easy to kill, thanks to the other items. Source of all living matter is what gave the powers to Foundress Emer. The healing factor in itself is worth a lot, and EDI Biomech Suit version 2.0 is what gave super strength and invulnerability to Thor in the Ultimate Universe. Having Batman skills and D4C sounds better to me. I have to get used to having powers. Becoming an Asgardian can also bring problems. Better to go into the safe route. I'm the kind of guy who only advances to the next stage when I can one-shot everyone there. And since I'm in Marvel, I better try not to attract attention until I can survive a nuke, or something similar. I materialize the Source of All Living Matter card. It has the image of a transparent hallucigenia and text saying that I will gain the powers of all the Titans, super regeneration, will not have the curse of Emer and will be able to create something similar to the paths, and it also says that if I train I can do things that were never shown in the manga. I use it without further hesitation. The card glows for an instant, disappears, and I feel my spine warm for a few seconds. And then I don't feel any different. I'm afraid I'll cut myself to test my regeneration and turn into a 300-meter Titan in this residential area. I will use the Funny Valentine card now. After the card disappears, I feel different. I have something I can call on. And I feel that something is changing. I will open my status page. 1/3, Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race. Human character assimilation fully assimilated. None in progress. Funny Valentine 5%. Empty, summon characters. None powers. Source of all living matter, dirty deeds done dirt cheap, stand, equipped items. None already at 5%? I try to call D4C. A light blue ghostly figure with red details and what looks like rabbit ears emerges from my body. I would have sworn the details were pink. I thought to myself as I stand facing D4C. Maybe it has adapted to me. I wish D4C to pick up a book, and he does without hesitation. D4C was a stand with no apparent personality, and I have no problem controlling him. I decide to do a test. I take a pen from the table, and without hesitation I stab it in my hand. D4C hold the pen between two of his fingers, faster than I can see. So it's the same type of stand as Star Platinum. I can't help but speak. Hood D4C, it is a close-range stand with all its statuses at A. And with dimension-jumping powers. I will test it lightly. I start crouching to get under my bed. And I wish to use D4C skill. In my vision it opens up a world of possibilities where I can reappear. Like the vacuum of space, with various entrances where I can enter to reappear, some near and some far. The condition is that it is in a place that has two objects that make something similar to a passage. I step out from behind my study desk, between it and the wall. I can't help but smile. I can use powers. How cool is that? Huh. Hey, don't judge me. I'm just a normal teenager. I say, pointing at D4C. Now I have an escape route and high regeneration. I can feel safer in this dangerous world. Before assimilating Batman, I will test the biomech suit from Ultimate Thor. If it doesn't do what I expect, I will change my mind and assimilate Miles. I take the card and materialize it. A garment that looks like a bulletproof vest with a thick belt and 6 circles of light appear in my hand, and I start to put it on. The suit should be for someone bigger than me. I watch the loose-fitting suit on my naked torso. But in a moment it begins to adjust and becomes tighter, as if it was made for me. Looking in the mirror I see myself. A young man of 16-year-old with curly rebellious black hair and blue dull eyes, and I am damn skinny. This outfit would looks better on someone much more muscular, I notice by looking at my thin arms. I've never considered myself handsome, but my parents are handsome, so it's in the genetics somewhere. It just hasn't blossomed yet. I hope. My father is a Hondome and charming man, 188 centimeters, light brown skin, brown eyes, chiseled jaw, black hair that he keeps in a buzz cut, and he has muscles that you wouldn't expect under that medical coat. The guy has an easy smile that can captivate anyone. I don't know how he does it, but he arrives at an unknown place, and everybody becomes his best friend before he leaves. My mother is a beautiful woman, straight blonde hair, 160 centimeters, blue eyes that seem to glow and can make everyone like her, from how kind she can be. And there is me. I am not tall like my father, nor do I have that healthy, tan skin tone. My hair is curly and unruly, my eyes are blue but not sparkling like my mother's. And puberty is not being nice to me. I look awkward, pimples, a shadow of a goatee, dental braces, and the development of my body is all out of place. I sigh. Maybe the cards will let me pick up some of the characters' looks. I wouldn't mind having Batman's muscles, but it's not my looks that I need to focus on right now. This costume apparently enhances all my physical attributes. Let's go. The circles begin to glow and I finally feel power running through my body. My muscles haven't increased or anything like that, but I know that if I punch that wall, my fist will go through without any problems. To confirm this, I approach my bed and lift it with one hand with no problem. D4C, punch me, I say to the floating stand. Come on, I know you instinctively protect me. But if Jotaro can make Star Platinum stop his heart to fool Dio, you can punch me to test my durability. But take it easy at first. I know I sound like a coward, but better safe than sorry. I don't want to become a donut. D4C punch me in the arm without another thought after I brace myself, and I feel nothing. I mean, I felt the punch connecting with my arm, but it didn't hurt, and it doesn't seem to have any bruises. That costume is awesome. With that, I don't need to assimilate Miles for now. Let's see what kind of changes Batman will bring me in the long run. Ring, but before I can make the Batman card in my hand disappear, the telephone in the residence rings. Annoyed by the interruption, I decide to go and settle this soon, so that I can get back to my discoveries. Hello, Carvalho residents. How can I help you? Hello, Hector, right? I am Christine Palmer, work with your relatives? I have bad news. The voice on the other end begins hesitantly, before starting to speak and proceeding to turn my world upside down. Click. After I finish the call, I stare in shock into nothingness. My unconscious gaze goes to the Batman card that I still have in my hand. This universe has a pretty twisted sense of humor, huh? I chuckle humorlessly. My parents are dead. Cliché sad origin backstory disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. I have come to understand the world will have its way with us despite what we might wish or once believed. Ron Rash? Yes, it's them, I confirm, choking a little, to the policeman as the zipper is opened. I almost can't believe it. Today was a roller coaster of emotions. I was so excited 30 minutes ago. And now this. These are not fictional body parents that I stole in my transmigration, and now I no longer have to worry about having them nagging me as I go about discovering this new world. These are my parents in the past life and in this life. The same ones. I want to scream and cry. Blame someone, but I stay calm for now. At least until I get home to cry in the shower. Okay, thank you. It was a car accident. It seems they lost control and fell into the East River. They were submerged for a while, probably unconscious. They didn't resist until they got to the hospital. The policeman next to me reports the case, his voice distant to my ears. My eyes still fixed on the bodies. I'm sorry for your loss, son. He gives me his condolences before walking away. I don't know if it is the Batman card, which I have already put on to assimilate, but I am putting on a strong front. Without collapsing in tears, I continue to look at my parents and observe in more detail. Maybe his paranoia has already taken root in my being, but I feel that there is something fishy here. My father is a great swimmer. He drives as carefully as possible. I picked this up from him. There are no marks on his hand from any attempted escape. My mother is the same. Did they just fall into the river and decide to drown? Dr. Palmer approaches slowly, snapping me out of my thoughts. Hector, I know this is difficult. Why don't you come sit here with me for a minute? She says, trying to guide me into a deserted hallway of this hospital wing. Probably wanting to give me privacy in case I want to cry. But I'm just in shock. I'm sorry, doctor. But can I stay alone with my parents one moment, please? I say without looking at her. Of course, of course. Take all the time you need. I will stay outside, she says, squeezing my shoulder a little to comfort me. When I am alone in the room, I finally cry a little. I need 1 minute to calm myself. After this, I look to my parents. I truly look to my parents. I start fumbling with their clothes, looking for something. I'm not looking to any object. I know that they already been retrieved them. I am looking to their skins. There's no seatbelt marks in their shoulders. Nothing that says, fighting for his life under the water. My suspicious only grew. But I will not find anything more there, so I decide to leave the room. Dr. Palmer is still waiting for me, just like she said. I pass her and sit in a bench against the wall. So, she starts again, hesitantly, after sitting next to me. Your parents were good friends of mine. If you need anything, don't hesitate to look me up. Thank you, doctor. It just doesn't seem real, you know? So abrupt. Today is my birthday, goddamn. I can't believe it. I say, bringing my hands to my face and leaning forward, trying to hide whatever ugly looks I'm showing. I feel her hand on my shoulder, trying to comfort me. I don't know what it is, but I don't want anyone to see me so vulnerable. I stand up and say a few words to her, already trying to leave. I thank you for your consideration, doctor, but I need some time alone. Try to rest. Sure. Do you want me to drive you home? She asks me. Oh no, I don't want to disturb you. I'll take a cab, I reply. I really need some time alone. I say goodbye to her, hearing again that she will be at my disposal should I need her and repeating her condolences. Already in the cab, I start to think. Dr. Christine Palmer? I remember she was a love interest of Doctor Strange in the MCU. In the comics she was a nurse. Here she is a surgeon, similar to the MCU. Except the year is 2004, and there is already an Iron Man in the world. In fact, last month was the Stark Expo, where the events of the Iron Man 2 movie took place. There is also a Spider-Man. In hindsight, I realize that Peter became Spider-Man in the end of last year. I remember the trip to Oscorp. I am not his friend, but I remember he looks bad at the end of the day. I had even considered going to check on him, but he already had Ned for that. I'm the lonely, awkward, socially type. I hesitate to make conversation. Me, Peter and Gwen Stacy just have a certain mutual respect for each other for being intelligent. That's the limit of my social life. This universe seems to follow the MCU timeline, in the big events, but it seems to have elements and characters from the comics. I remember now that Doctor Strange was a co-worker of my parents as well, and his accident already occurred a few months ago. It seems that I am in a transition period where the great things of this world will start to become more public. I need to research carefully so as not to attract the wrong kind of attention. I have my biomech suit under my clothes right now, just in case. My parents have just died in a car accident after all. And I am in a car. When I think about it, that feeling of something wrong comes back. Intuition? Never had it? Could it be the hidden abilities of the Batman card? Could it be that someone wants my parents dead? But they don't work for the government? Not that I know of. A part of my mind whispers to me. This is a new world. Maybe they're in some sort of super secret work. Did they step on someone's toes? Or was it greed? My parents are rich. My mother has shares in several hospitals, the one I just visited included. Inheritance from my grandfather. It seems my mother was the only daughter who was not a disappointment. Or are they just unlucky? They saw something by chance. Cutting loose ends? Revenge? Jealousy? Or maybe some kind of cosmic justice. Maybe in my old world I died, and in this world it is my parents. Maybe I am being watched by a bunch of ROBs who are placing bets on how this traumatic event will influence my life. Hero or villain? I sigh, no use thinking about it for now. I'll try to let it go. But not forget about it. I will research that in the future. If someone really eliminated my parents, it means that I am being watched at this very moment. I need to act the part of a clueless teenager in grief. The cab arrives at my house. After paying more than the necessary, I get out of the car and go into the house. I take my gift from my pocket. The police officer give to me early. I open to find a watch. A very good one. I think they want to say something about my habits of always arriving late. In the back of the watch there are words that say, "Time waits for no one." I don't want to think about anything else until now. Today was the craziest day of my life. I'm going to sleep. Maybe I will wake up in my old world. With my parents alive. 1/3, Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race. Human character assimilation fully assimilated. None in progress. Funny Valentine 9%. Batman 6%. Summon characters. None powers. Source of all living matter. Dirty D's done dirt cheap. Stand. Equipped items. EDI Biomech Suit version 2.0 others. Time waits for no one. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Change is inevitable. Growth is optional. John C. Maxwell. I open my eyes because of my alarm clock. I see it's 5:30 a.m., so early because my dad had started making me join him on his morning jogs. Start living a healthier lifestyle, he said. I reach my arm to the ceiling and flex my power. A ghostly pale blue hand leaves my arm. It wasn't a dream, and I didn't go back. I whisper, as I put my forearm over my eyes. Damn it, I allow myself to stay in depression for a minute, until I realize that nothing will change. I get up without batting an eye and go get my glasses. I get them right away without even fumbling a bit. My movements are more precise. In fact, my vision is great. I open my status or character sheet because I'm not a gamer. 1/3 Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race. Human character assimilation fully assimilated. None in progress. Funny Valentine 16%. Batman 12%. It made progress while I slept. Did I assimilate memories or something during REM sleep? I'll look at myself in the mirror and muscles began to show. It wasn't a Tobey Maguire-like transformation like in the first Spider-Man movie, but I'm more defined. And taller? My hair is softer and the pimples are gone a little too. I think I'll run alone anyway. Physically I feel great and full of energy. I need to move. And I didn't even look at everything I won yesterday in more detail. I'll analyze it as I run. I quickly put on my running clothes and realize that my movements are actually more efficient, more precise. Maybe even the fact that I'm strong-willed enough to go out for a run so early instead of staying in bed has something to do with assimilation. Leaving the house and realizing how cold it is this morning doesn't stop me, and I get moving. And I start to think, how far do my card assimilation gains go? Initially I thought I would gain their status, skills, powers, but maybe I earn more than that. Earn their talents, traits, willpower, hobbies, more subtle things. I have to be careful not to assimilate the Joker or someone similar until I'm sure I only get good things from his personality. Having Batman was very lucky. The truth is, I'm not this amazing guy who would be perfect as a protagonist in some story. I'm pretty ordinary, with an ordinary life. Bruce Wayne, despite not having a cosmic-level strength, can help me correct several problems that would probably be the cause of my eventual early death in this world. Genius-level intellect, hardworker, unbreakable will and various skills he has learned over the years. I'm not a genius, not even in my old world, let alone this one. I'm very smart, but not a genius. If I were to catalog Einstein and Hawkins as 10 out of 10 geniuses in my old world, I would be a 8 out of 10. I was the top of my class, but I didn't have a brilliant, revolutionary, or inquisitive mind. And in the world of Marvel, where characters break that scale, Reed Richards and Thanos, who are probably 15/10. And even Tony Stark and Peter Parker, who must be 13 to 10. I'm still one of the smartest in school, but it's more about knowing how to study, good memory and stuff. I know I wouldn't be in the future on any history book page as someone who changed the world. In fact, that was one of my concerns and reasons of lack of confidence. Disappointing my parents, who are very intelligent and respected in their field of competence. So I'm very happy to be among the smartest people on the planet now. Thank you very much. Too bad I didn't get the full Bartman package as well as Funny Valentines. Would I get the Wayne Enterprises? I would be happy with just the suit and Batmobile. Maybe the Hellbat armor too. Now I have a wardrobe full of pink clothes and coats, and a USA flag, because it came in Valentine's package. Speaking of Valentine, I haven't tested that thing. I mutter to myself and start looking around, and quickly spot another fellow runner coming down the path to my right. I change direction for him, and start running towards him. Nothing strange. When I'm close enough I make D4C appear quickly and in front of him. A jump scare to be exact. But he doesn't even react, and crosses D4C as if he wasn't even there. So normal people can't see, nice. I say looking at D4C, who floats beside me. But one test is not enough. I spot a hobo sitting against a wall and start moving towards him. I take a granola bar out of my pocket and hold it out to him. Hey, here. He looks at me and takes the cereal with a grateful nod. Not even looking at the pale blue head a few inches in front of him. Coming out of his torso. I wish for D4C to come back, and when I turn my back to go my way, I make D4C grab his arm. What a hell! He screams and starts trying to escape. Are you okay, man? I ask, pretending to be worried. My hand is paralyzed, he says. Yeah, it's really cold out here. You should find somewhere else to sit. I say, narrowing my eyes, and make D4C hold on tighter. Fingers. Fingers. They're fingers. Something holding my arm. The ghost. When he starts to despair, I make my stand release his arm. Hey man, calm down. You're not drunk, are you? Take a deep breath and calm down and you'll get better, I say, crouching down to his eye level. After D4C lets go of him, he calms down, takes a deep breath and walks away, still muttering something under his breath. Well, that went well, I guess. Ignoring the fact that I might destroy that guy's sanity. But he'll probably be fine. And this will become a good story for him to tell his hobo friends around a burning trash can. Stands act exactly like stands should act. There was no nerf on them. Good to know, but I don't know how they interact with people who are connected with mysticism and magic. After all, there is no magic in JoJo to make a comparison. And I think ghosts in JoJo could see stands like that girl in Part 4. Changing the subject, something I've noticed now is that I'm not tired and I'm outpacing most other early runners. And I'm not even wearing the Thor suit. It wouldn't be training if I cheated after all. So, I think I'm instinctively running more efficiently than they are. I have to catalog my other stuff. I will do it while I run. My spatial awareness seems phenomenal. I feel people approaching by breathing, footsteps, and even air displacement. Batman is broken. Peak human, you're goddamn right. Something that was bothering me was those 500 COA points. Can be used on any CYOA document won by Gacha. All prices have been equalized. Siowa? I got a very weak Marvel CU. Seems to be a jump chain, has powers, but all low level like invisibility and shapeshifting. It has some interesting items like adamantium or vibranium weapons. But I won't spend CP for now. I will wait for the need to arise. And it seems like they stay forever. Like a store. Because a fourth tab has appeared. 4 CYOA documents and the 500 CP are indicated there in the upper right corner. Regarding consumables, I have 2 power boost cards, 5 background customization card and a shonen setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month. The travel ticket allows me to spend a month in a shonen anime or manga that is not so high in power levels. Time will not pass here. I can go there anytime on the timeline of that world. I cannot bring back people alive, and only objects I can carry. And some items will not work here. Like Dragon Balls. But if I win Dragon Balls in Gacha, it will work normally. The best option would be to go to an anime where I can learn something, like Naruto or One Piece. When I go there, my body will adapt to the laws of the universe and I will be able to use chakra or haki without having to gain a character from their world. Or maybe I should go to a high-tech world and learn never-before-seen scientific advances there. Well, let's leave the ticket for the future. I need to weigh my options carefully. The background customization card apparently has 2 uses. They can be used in conjunction with travel ticket, allowing me to have a background in that world, rather than arriving as a drop-in. That would make things easier. And it's to be used by my summons. As long as it makes a little bit of sense. For example, I can make Shago have been trained by the Red Room. That would give documents and a history of the world I'm in. I won't have to keep creating false documents and figuring out where my harem came from. I mean, subordinates. The power boost cards are self-explanatory. Allows you to improve a power qualitatively and quantitatively. But I don't know how big that boost will be. I could save it for a better power in the future, but I have 2. And I need to know how it works. I can use in my founding Titan power, which I don't see much of an advantage in the world of Marvel other than regeneration. Or in D4C, which maybe evolves into Requiem or awakens Love Train. I can wait and see if I can upgrade Loki's capabilities and see if I can transform him from his MCU form to his comics counterpart. But I will use in D4C. It's my most discreet power. Make my mind, I don't hesitate further. I don't even need to take that card out of my inventory. It disappears after I wished it was used in D4C. I didn't wake up Love Train. Teach. I wanted to redirect my misfortune to other people. I whine a little. I stop running and sit on a bench in a park, and I'm going to test out the changes. First, D4C can go 10 meters away from me now. Before the limit was 2 meters. And it seems to be 3 times stronger. One of his abilities is that in case I was mortally wounded, I could transfer my consciousness to an alternative version of myself. That was shit. I can now transfer my injuries to alternate versions of myself. Sorry, from other worlds, is for the greater good. My greater good. The greater good of Hector Prime. Self-declared, there are infinite versions of myself, which means if I don't die instantly, I'm immortal. I also feel like I could awaken a new skill. But I don't know how many boost cards would be needed. Better not use the other one for now. As I'm seated, I start to think when I'll summon Shago, she's my only possible summon. And I don't even say that because I'm horny. I'm already assimilating Valentine and Bruce. And I can't have Loki and Miles as subordinates. It would cause more questions than I need to. And the powers of these two I can use to increase my personal strength. Don't make a mistake. If I had gotten Power Girl or Wonder Woman, I wouldn't hesitate to assimilate both. Hot women or not. My personal strength comes above my dick. But there's nothing Shago would do that others wouldn't do better. Like spying for Batman, physical abilities with Miles, and energy projection with Loki. So having her as my right arm woman, it's not just because she's my childhood crush. No sir. But even with the background cards, I won't summon it now. I need to be strong enough to control her in case she isn't as loyal as I imagine she will be. And I need to establish myself better in this world. I can barely take care of myself, how will I have subordinates? Another of my items is a compilation from chakra books. Normally I would think it referred to Naruto, which would be really cool, but since it came from my Marvel Gacha, I know it's not. Reading the description of the card, it seems that it talks about the mystical arts of this world, like seeing the supernatural, strengthening the body, meditating, runes, finding channels and chakra points, finding yourself yada yada. Which is great in itself. I don't want to have to rely on Ancient One or Doctor Strange to learn magic. What I least want right now is to get attention. Stay under the radar until I have some global scale threat to deal. Or be strong enough to just not care. I get up excited to begin my initiation into magic. I can't materialize the books in public. So I decide to run home. Arriving home, I am surprised by a familiar face. Dr. Palmer, are you looking for me? I ask, surprising the doctor, who looked worried as she fiddled with her cell phone. Hector. You scared me, I mean you're here. I was worried. I come here, and no one looks to be in home, and I started to think. The doctor starts talking quickly to me as she puts her cell phone in her pocket. And I look at her. I really look at her. Dark circles, messy hair, slightly shaky hands. I twitching a little. Signs of lack of sleep and excess caffeine. She must have finished her shift by now, and she came to check on me. She didn't find me and thought the worst, that I made a mistake, maybe even committed suicide. Strange. Since when am I so good at observing details like that? You're a nice person, Dr. Palmer. You came straight from your job to check on me, even if you don't have to. I say, smiling a little. Well, of course I'm gonna look for you. I really mean what I say back there. I want to help you. Your parents are great friends. Is the least I can do. That's no problem at all. And I believe this, she is genuinely nice. Looking back at her appearance, I ask, when will you need to go back to the hospital? My evening turn starts at 3 p.m. She answers without much thought. Damn, that's rough, say. Why don't you sleep here, eat a little, and after you are appropriately rested, you go back to saving lives? I offer, a little worried. And I really want to repay her nice attitude. What? No. I don't want to impose. I just go rest in home, she answers. And how far is your home? I ask instantly afterwards. A little far. She responds after a little hesitation, apparently noticing that she doesn't have a good reason to decline my offer. Look, doctor. I know you probably want to look like a trusted adult to me. In this difficult time. She flinches a little, I see right through her apparently. Weird. I'm nailing in reading her and giving reasonable responses. But you look really tired. Maybe this is normal to you, maybe I'm overstepping, maybe it's unnecessary. But I really don't want you to drive in this fatigued state. I say, and now she flinches visibly. Thoughts about how my parents that just dies in a car accident. Could you please sleep a little? I will wake you to lunch. And after you eat, I will feel really better and let you go drive to a little far away. After my little guilty trap. She cedes and accepts my hospitality. Damn, I'm smooth now. As I lead her into one of the guest rooms and point out the bathroom, in case she wants to use it, I think how I'm really assimilating the hidden status and talents of some sort of the characters. Valentine is the president, a social and charismatic person. And Bruce knows his way to navigate the high society. And they're influencing me. Or better, I am learning from them. More attention to detail, a more critical mind, charisma, high confidence, self-esteem. The Hector of 2 days ago had none of those things. I have none of the urges or vices, supernationalism or dislike of firearms. So I think I only assimilate beneficial things with few, if any, downsides. Looking in the mirror again without glasses because I don't really need them anymore, I admire myself little. I'm looking really nice. I didn't change drastically, but I did go up a notch on the hot scale. I'll check, and I see that Valentine's increased by 1% and Bruce's 3%. There may be two explanations for this. 1. The more the percentage, the longer the assimilation will take. 2. The training. Run, analyze, test my powers, etc. I acted more like Bruce, so I assimilated more of his character. Doing things the character would do, or using his abilities, training like him, accelerates assimilation. I'll have to go heavier in training. Although I'm not in a hurry because there's no immediate danger. I have to think that every minute with the slot occupied is a minute that I could be assimilating another character. Going to make my breakfast. Dr. Palmer just went to bed. She said she would have something to eat when she woke up. I start thinking about a workout regimen, things to buy and things to do. I need a lawyer, and I need to prepare the funeral, warn family and friends. I have to talk to my paternal grandparents there in Brazil. They will be devastated. That's not the kind of thing someone as young as me should be worried about. I mumble as I drink my coffee. That coffee actually looks more bitter today. Doing adult stuff. Not the fun type though. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. If you don't have enemies, you don't have character. Paul Newman. I'm not feeling tired. I think to myself as I collect certain things that I will study now. I slept little. I ran. And I still feel refreshed. None of the cards I'm assimilating have superhuman physical characteristics. But I remember reading somewhere that Batman had trained himself to only need 3 hours of sleep and be like he got 8 hours. Alfred also thought the training was so inhumane that anyone else would have died or gone insane. And here I am, reaping all the benefits without any of the suffering or effort. Feels good to cheat. But I don't have time to just sit around and wait for the powers to come to me. For all I know, this world could be Marvel zombies and it could happen tomorrow. That's why I've already planned my training routine in order to assimilate Miles as quickly as possible. I want to have assimilated them all by the next monthly draw. Stopping to think. I think it was good to start with the weakest ones. And even not having anyone overpowered at first. How long would it take for me to assimilate Darkseid or a Celestial? Heck, even Superman should last for months of assimilation. From a weak normal guy to Superman, it can't be that simple. It almost makes me have thoughts of just summoning the very OP characters. I would have them instantly, serving me. But I get that thought out of my mind in the next second. Personal power is the best type of power. When I'm going to assimilate characters like Thor, I need to be at least a similar power level. To take days, I can't spend months with the slot full. I wonder if the number of slots will increase in the future. Probably yes. I hope from a yes. Sipping my coffee, I open a laptop. My father laptop. I need clues. I'll look for everything he's done lately. If he was messing with suspicious people, I'll know. He kept everything on this laptop. I'll turn the house upside down using D4C later, when I don't have a visitor. But for now I can start by looking at the most obvious places. And although I'm excited to learn magic from the books I got, I know that I am not a gamer, that the books will disappear in my hand and I will gain the knowledge and how to use it in an instant. It will take time and discipline. That's why I'll read the books when I can fully dedicate myself to them. I don't even know if I can use magic or if I have talent. I know Loki's card will help me. But since I can't assimilate him now, so much to do. And there's only one of me. And summoning someone else would cause me to have more things to do instead of helping me with my problems right now. Going back to the laptop, my father's password I already knew. He was never the type to hide anything. So, deep down, I'm already half aware that I won't find anything suspicious in it. Can be my biased thinking, but I don't think they are involved with something shady. I think they're victim. And they're surprised as me for what's happened when it happened. Half an hour later, nothing. There are things related to family and friends, photos, trips that have started to be planned. Work stuff, patient files, which I'll look more closely at later, looking up everything about them, texts and written surveys. Mills, look. His life is us and his patients. I'm a little relieved that I didn't find out that my father was, I don't know, associated with Hydra and was experimenting on mutants. Or something like that. Perhaps the death of the two is simply the result of someone's greed. Or perhaps even simpler, an accident. No, I know it's not. Someone is responsible. And I won't let my guard down until I find out. I'm making lunch, having looked through more papers and documents in my parents' room. And once again I didn't find anything that led anywhere. I did half an hour of shadow boxing to expend all that energy I have now. And I noticed that my movements became more fluid over time. As if I've remembered how to fight after staying rusted for a long time. I know it was because I lacked muscle memory. At the end of my short shadow boxing session, my movements in the mirror were incredibly fast and accurate, which even surprised myself. Batman's percentage went up by 1 more. Now I'm thinking about joining some dojos. But time is very precious to me right now. I will look for tutorials on the internet. Speaking of internet, in addition to looking for my parents' things, I went to research the state of the world on my computer. Funny that despite being 2004, my PC is as good as some of 2010 to 12. Thank you, genius of this world. And these geniuses were my main research focus. I can't look up very specific and secret names with my meta-knowledge. But I can research scientists, people famous enough that it wouldn't be strange for a young geek like me to be interested. I also did some stupid research between one and the other. As entertainment, manga, anime, porn, everything to mislead. I cannot be careless. Maybe they have a program on the internet that alerts them if someone writes certain names. First and at least, many things in entertainment are the same. Famous titles like Harry Potter, Indiana Jones, Star Wars also exist here. Older manga like Hajime no Ippo, Yu Yu Hakusho, Evangelion too. But Naruto, One Piece, Bleach and movie franchises from the mid-90s that I knew in my old world don't exist here. Now the most important. Iron Man, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man and Hulk are already common knowledge. In the MCU these things would start in 2008. I'm not in easy mode then. Mutants are a thing too. Magneto is pretty famous international terrorist, but no mention of the X-Men. But I search about Henry McCoy and Charles Xavier, and they are well respected in the scientific community. But Dr. McCoy rarely appears. I think someone is already blue. As a side note, there's a mutant ghetto here in New York. I think with 1,000 inhabitants, very shitty place, but can be useful in the future. Bayville High School exists as well, with a certain institute for youngster gifters nearby. I believe the X-Men must be in my age group, which could mean X-Men, evolution. But it's best not to rely on meta-knowledge other than knowing that characters exist and their powers. I have no idea that they will be good or evil. I'll just use it as a reference for all. I know this is the ultimate universe and Wanda/Pietro is a Alabama thing. I sigh at the thought that there are people with unstable sanity out there with powers to wipe out this planet. And Wanda is just one of many. I need to win a spaceship in Gacha. And having the option to just yeet myself from this planet. Something smells good, Dr. Christine Palmer says, walking into the kitchen, looking a lot more relaxed. Wearing my mother's shirt and pants, which I'd left for her in case she wanted to. I noticed her approaching right before she announced her presence. I faintly noticed to myself, "You look a lot better, and that outfit fits you perfectly." I say, "These are really comfortable, I will give it back later." She says, smoothing the clothes over herself. "You can keep if you want. I was planning on donating most of my parents' stuff. Superfluous stuff in the case. Nothing with sentimental value. Clothes, shoes, and maybe auction some watches and jewelry online. And give the money to charity." She stops and looks at me impressed. "What? I don't know that will be disrespectful or not, but I think they always help people in life. So I thought I'd do one last good deed on their behalf. Or something like that." I say a little uncertainly, trying to explain myself too much, maybe, but I don't want her to think I'm a heartless bastard. I think that is wonderful. They would love it. "That's very nice from you, Hector," she says with a hand in my shoulder. After a comfortable silence, and when it started to turn into an uncomfortable silence, I decided to change the mood by drawing attention to the food. "I don't know what you like, so I made a mistake-proof recipe. Vegan Caesar salad and baked chicken rollatini with spinach," I say, starting to put the food on the table. The good doctor hurries to help with dishes and cutlery. It's light enough not to leave you bloated and gives you energy to carry on for a long day. "Wow, looks great. You will be a very good catch to any lady out there," she says, teasing me a little. 2 days ago I probably blush and change the subject. "But, my good doctor, are you implying something? Just a heads up. To me, age is just a number," I say, exaggeratedly flirty, for her to see that I am just kidding. She chuckles and gives me a playful slap in the shoulder. "A number like the 5 on my sentence," she retorts. "Please. I'm sure that you can take just community service. I will even help you," I say, showing my palms, to placate her. "Well, I can present to you some good girls. I'm worried that you will be led astray of the right path for someone ill-intentioned. I have some cute nieces if you want." "Hey, a niece of you can't be more than 10-year-old, right? So I'll have to refuse. I don't steal cradles." Now she laughs loudly. "Aren't you too charming? Now I'm worried about whatever lady catches your eye, not the other way around. I can't guide my innocent nieces to an evil boy like you." She responds, "There's no woman who doesn't like to have her age downsized. And she called me boy, so I have zero chance for now. I can change the subject. Well, let's dig in. All this food can't disappear for itself," I say, gesturing to the table, after finishing all preparations. During lunch we have a light conversation. When we're done and she's helping me with the dishes, the topic gets a little more serious. "I will take care of the funeral, don't worry," she said when I mentioned some things I had to do. "I don't want to burden you more," I reply. "That would help me a lot. I don't know anything about how to organize something like that. It won't be a problem. In fact, I've already started. And the hospital is helping. It will be tomorrow, if that's okay with you. Actually, I should have talked to you earlier, but it turns out I was more tired than I thought," she says, apologizing. "Is there a friend of yours you want to call?" she asks after a moment. "No. I think only the family and friends from work should go. And I don't have any friends either way." I still have to notify my grandparents in Brazil. I don't even know how to broach the subject. I decide to talk to her. Look, my paternal grandparents are in Brazil. It wouldn't be possible for them to arrive on time. I don't even know if they would want the two of them buried here. I'm sure not for my father. But at the same time, my parents wouldn't like to be separated. So I was thinking, is it possible to cremate both, gather the ashes and then divide them? I want the two of them to have a ceremony here and in my father's hometown. She looks at me. I think that's possible. I will arrange, she says after thinking a little over. I smile. Thanks, doctor, you have no idea of the weight that you are taking from my shoulders. I mean truly, I honestly don't want to have to deal with the funeral. My chest tightens just thinking about it. I know it's bullshit that I'll have to face the two of them being buried forever. But a part of me just wants to delay this moment as long as possible. Please. I'm glad that I can help. And call me Aunt Chris. No need to be so formal, okay if you insist. Thanks Aunt Chris. She smiles and after a while she decides to go. I will inform you later tonight the time and place of the funeral. Now I have to go, get some things from my apartment, and go back to work. Yay, she finishes, faking excitement. You have my contact, don't hesitate to call. She says as I guide her to the door. Before leaving she turns around and puts her hand on my shoulder and speaks. You're acting very mature, for all that's happened, your parents must be proud. And she gives me a kiss on the cheek before walking out the door and getting in the car. After giving her a little nod, I enter the house. It's time to learn magic. According to what I knew from my past life, unlike DC magic, which always has a price to pay, like memories, emotions or the universe going to charge you somehow in the future with karma. In Marvel, you use magic with energy. You manipulate energy to alter, manipulate, create what you have in mind, regarding the purpose of magic. Maybe make fire, summon storms, create illusions, heal wounds. But you need some power source for all cases. The problem is that not all beings have these reserves of energy to use, like the Aesir of Asgard. Then you can take that energy from other beings, deities, cosmic forces, or dimension. In the MCU, the Ancient One takes energy from the Dark Dimension. In the comics, Selim Galio takes life force from people. The gods of Asgard have their own divinity and maybe dimensions of their own. I think Mjolnir is connected to an external dimension as well, so Thor had trouble utilizing his divinity. He cheated. So being without Mjolnir allowed him to grow not only in character but also in strength. That's why Odin banished him. I think I read somewhere that Thor was sent to Midgard to be a blind spot for those who seat above in shadow, who are the ones who make the Ragnarok cycle, and Odin wanted some hope to save it. Asgard? Not sure. I read on the wiki. I've never read the comics so hard, only the most famous ones. Civil War, House of M, Planet Hulk and others. Who can blame me? I'm young, and it's hard for new fans to get their bearings with so many reboots and alternate universes and timelines. I'm getting off topic. Back to magic. These chakra books are different from what I thought. They don't teach you how to get energy from other places, or how to use amazing spells that can level cities. It teaches to meditate, achieve inner peace, increase your inner strength, circulate your aura or chi, open meridians and chakra gates, strengthen the body and mind, create mental spaces, make astral projections. More basic stuff. But that for me is exactly what I need. I have the Loki card, but it's the MCU card, where Asgardians are aliens that people in the past confused with gods and created religion. They're not that impressive compared to the Asgardians in the main universe, and probably this universe I'm in. So I'll have to learn the most basic magic. And say for one, making an oath to never draw energy from any outside force. I don't think I need it anyway. Just win a card from some protagonist Isekai and bam. Man. At that moment when I was on the third and final book, in a part that interested me a lot about creating a palace for mental defense, the doorbell rings. Can a man take a breath to become a wizard? Opening the door, I find a man in a suit and briefcase. Everything about him screams lawyer, and my instincts scream shady lawyer. Mr. Carvalho? Hector Carvalho, I presume. He says with a smile on his face. Yeah, and you're R? I say, with only my face visible. He doesn't know it, but D4C is behind him ready to turn him into a dognut if he makes any suspicious moves. I've looked around, and he seems to be alone. His car is a Mercedes-Benz parked right in front of my house. I'm Leopold Darrow, the lawyer of your relatives. First of all, I must say that I am terribly sorry for this tragedy. They don't deserve such an unlucky accident to befall on them. He says with a face full of regret, but I'm not buying anything that he is saying. I'm grateful for you kind words, Mr. Darrow. But I have to ask the reason for your visit. I say, letting my grief show on my face. I now have a pretty good poker face, but will be strange if I show nothing when talking about the death of my parents just yesterday. Well, as hard a moment are. Is my legal duty to pass some information to you, Mr. Carvalho, he says apologetically. Of course. Don't worry, you are only doing your job. Enter, please. Do you want a drink or something like that? I offer and open the door fully now, and guide him to an empty guest room. With nothing to him to see. I will accept, please. Will be a long talk. Water would be good. He says, smiling after and while opening his briefcase and taking a bunch of papers. All right. I will be right back. Make yourself comfortable. After bringing a jar of water and 2 glasses, I sit at the table and start listening to what Mr. Darrow have to say. Just as I expect, he talks about my parents' assets, money, life assurance. He looks very competent. I find no flaw in his talk. Later I will double-check if nothing have been left out, but he don't appear to be lying about the money at least. For the little that I know. But he appears to be avoiding a certain topic. My legal guardian. I narrow my eyes slightly, and decides to try to get this guy out of his comfort zone. It's good that you're so efficient, Mr. Darrow. I want to resolve these pending issues as early as possible. I'm thinking in return to Brazil and Eve with my grandparents. And I finally see a reaction on that face that apparently has a little perpetual smile. He widens his eyes, and then disguises himself to normal. If he'd just shown surprise, he wouldn't have been so suspicious. But the fact that he instinctively and immediately tries to disguise that reaction, say that something smells fishy. My paternal grandparents living in Brazil, and if there's someone of my family that I can be absolutely certain that don't have anything to do with my parents' deaths, are them. They live very simply on a small farm where my father grew up. They are kind and relaxed people. They don't care much for material goods. Even with my dad constantly sending money, they never used it. They keep it in an account in case of an eventuality, like a natural disaster or something. People who live off the land are like that. You have to be prepared for the will of heaven, they always say. In the end, my father gave up on making them live more luxuriously and just tries to convince them to stop toiling in the fields and live without working for the rest of their lives. But they can't even do that, too. It's not easy to stop a person who has worked honestly all his life. Idleness and boredom would do more harm than good to my grandparents. That's why I talked about my paternal grandparents. I can at any time leave this place that seems to be the center of problems, New York. I always have that option. Maybe in the future, if this country have something like Super Registration Act or something, I can just refuse and go back to Brazil. Dual nationality for the win. I think Doom abuses his diplomatic immunity too. Yeah, this country, this city, don't make me feel good after the accident. Maybe I must go back. I say, shrugging my shoulders, but eyeing him carefully. I don't know, Mr. Carvalho, there are so many legal issues, will be hard to maintain contact in another country. He say a little nervously. But I can resolve this from Brazil, right? I ask innocently, Yeah, but you will have to start again, and is not any lawyer that you can trust. He starts rambling reasons. Ooh, are you sweating, Mr. Darrow? I understand. There's too the fact that my parents want my education to be here. So, is just an alternative. I say helpfully. Yes. I mean, here you will have great opportunities, Aichi. You have no idea. This place is dangerous, but truly is full of opportunities, and the reason that I'm hesitant in leaving. Well, he says, recovering his calm and finishing his glass of water. I think that I spoke of everything. No, you not. So I will take my leave, please. Any questions, don't hesitate to ask, he says, giving me his card. Okay, have a good day, sir. Thank you for everything, I say, smiling. Please, is just my job, he says, leaving. After he leaves, my smile turns a bit colder. D4C is still watching him get in the car and start driving. I have to act fast, I can't let others get ahead of me, I mutter. I was going to look it up on the internet, but I remember it's 2004, so I go check the phone book. After a phone call, I start getting ready to leave. I wear my Thor suit under my clothes. I take my documents and copies in addition to the documents that attorney Darrow brought, and put them in my backpack. And then I start to walk between the wall and the couch. Using D4C, I go out 2 blocks away between a garbage and the wall of an alley. Looking around and seeing that no one is around, I pull my hood up to cover as much of my face as possible without looking like a thug, and go after a cab. When I finally get one, I go in and show the paper I had written down at home. To this address, please. I say to the overweight man behind the wheel. All right, kid. In no time, he responds before taking off. 40 minutes later, I left the cab, giving a good tip to the driver. I enter a very simple place, where there was a sign saying, Nelson and Murdoch Attorneys at Law. First meeting with a person of interest, disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. For everything that is great and inspiring is created by the individual that can labor in freedom. Albert Einstein. I enter the office that look a little precarious. But not through negligence of the owners, I can tell, as it is very clean and certain. Things like the lamps, chairs and tables have new and clean appearances. So it's just the general condition of the building. Expected, I would say, knowing who the people I'm visiting are. Foggy Nelson and Matthew Murdoch. Is Foggy a nickname too? Like Matt? I couldn't remember for my life his true name now. I noticed the looks of the two. The most notable is the slimmer and fittest with brown hair and sunglasses even indoors, Daredevil himself, the man without fear, but I think he at least isn't being recognized by that name. He is referred to as the Masked Man or Devil of Hell's Kitchen. So he must have started recently. Think to myself. The other is shorter and fatter, with blonde hair slicked back. He's friendly looking, seems like a nice guy and fun to be around, and he's the first one to greet me when I walk in. But no doubt Murdoch noticed me coming much earlier. Welcome to Nelson and Murdoch, the best law office of this street. How can I help you? He says, standing up to shake my hand. Good evening, I call early. My name is Hector Carvalho, a pleasure. I say, squeezing the hand that was extended, and then purposefully making a faux pas. I reach out to Matt, who was still seated. Matt, hand at 12 o'clock. Shake it, Nelson say, joking. I'm sorry, I should said early, but he is blind, you know, but no less good in what he does, he says, assure me. I'm Franklin Nelson, and this not-so-handsome man is my associate Matthew Murdoch. He continues as Matt stood up and extended his hand. I know he can feel my hand, but he left some inches away, and after it's been explained that he's blind, I'm the one who has to shake his hand. Sorry, I should have noticed, I apologize, no problem, in truth. I'm flattered that you don't notice, he says good-naturedly. After leading me to a chair, Foggy sits in front of me and starts talking. You call early asking if we can handle guardianship, opening of probate proceedings and others. We are not specialized in anything in truth. So why don't you share your trouble, so that us can counsel you with the best of our capabilities? Foggy says much more professionally. How do you even know that there is a trouble? I ask just to light the mood before the heavy talk. Someone only search a lawyer in trouble, sigh. Because of this that people hates us so much. He says a little dramatically, seeing right through my act of make small talk. I chuckle a little before I starts more solemn. Well, my parents died yesterday, in a car accident. Oh, I had guessed from the matter discussed over the phone, but my condolences, Foggy says empathetically. No kid should have to go through that, Matt adds, and Foggy looks at me with a complicated look. Okay, he lost his parents early too. The problem is how. You see, my parents are successful doctors, and this accident is very abrupt. Listen to me. I know that every accident is like that, out of the blue, but I really think it was weird. I say, trying to convey my concern and the reason I came here. Foggy shows a surprised face for a moment and speaks. Carvalho. It is the couple of doctors who were in the newspaper this morning, the ones who fell into the river. Foggy declares after having remembered, so you think there's some foul play going on? Matt asks, leaning forward a little, maybe wants to hear my heartbeat. Now I need to be careful in what to talk. I know it might sound desperate, but I know my parents. My dad drives as carefully as possible. I always make jokes about how old he looks. And always take care that the car is in the best condition. I say, starting my argument. They were coming so we can celebrate my birthday, God damn it. The two wince a little, because of the tragic situation in an occasion that should have joyous. I press forward. When I went to recognize their bodies, there were no marks that they tried to escape the car. It didn't look like they had a concussion. My father is a great swimmer. He is muscular and over 6 foot tall. There's no way he could have just been knocked out like that. And the two at the same time? The first thing my father would do in an unavoidable accident would be to try to protect my mother, and even she had no signs of trying to escape or fighting for her life. I may be thinking too much, I don't have proof, but I can't shake this feeling that something is strange, I conclude. And before you misunderstand, I'm not here for you to investigate or anything. I say, putting my hand on the universal stop sign for both of them. I want to double-check all my inheritance and be emancipated. I complete by saying the real reason for having coming to that office. I want complete control over my money and my life. I don't want to be at the mercy of I don't know who for the next 2 years. Also, if whoever did this to my parents did it for the money, my emancipation will take him out of his comfort zone, and he'll have to act more drastically, step out of the shadows, and when he does, I can fight back. Tuvi, Matthew, Murdoch. I hear him coming even before the door opens. Ever since that fateful day in what my life take a 180-degree turn, I've had this gift in compensation for what I've lost. And so I know that this is not a normal young man. At first I thought he might be an enemy, an assassin sent by one of the many I've stepped on my toes during my nightly activities. Someone who finally connected my two identities and decided to attack me while I'm at my most vulnerable, and with someone to protect. He moves calculatedly and almost without making a noise. When he entered, he looked around, as if checking something, maybe escape routes or if there was something dangerous in the room. His breathing is trained and heartbeat calm, but the muscles seem coiled to move at any moment. I also notice that his attention is more focused on me than Foggy. It would be hard to notice if I didn't have super senses. But it's strange, such a young person shouldn't act like he's been living dangerously for years. My suspicions continue even when I shake his hand and notice the lack of calluses. He doesn't constantly hold weapons, nor sticks, swords, crowbars. He looks like a paradox. Like someone more trained and experienced had switched bodies with a teenager. It looks like an action movie plot. Seems absurd, but aren't we living in absurd times? People with abilities that look like they're straight out of a comic book are real now, and their appearances are increasingly frequent. I myself can be included in the midst of absurd things. Maybe he's like me. I'll have to watch him carefully. He could be a danger to Foggy. When he sits down, he adjusts his chair so he doesn't have his full back to the door. Another point that he is not normal. His feet were always and completely on the ground, so he could get out of the fragile sitting position at any moment. Can't talk, I'm sitting just the same, As he begins to tell his story, I pay special attention to his breathing, temperature, and heart rate. He's not lying, he never lied, and when he talks about his parents, I see the first cracks in the strong face and silence that he puts on. Holding back imperceptible tears, pounding heart, muscles tensing and then relaxing. He really looks like he's here for legal advice only. Maybe that's because I can relate with his story of losing his parents so soon. It doesn't matter if he has something special or a secret. I will do my job as a lawyer and help him as best I can. Hector POV. So you suspect that someone was responsible for your parents' deaths, and that person is close to you, Foggy begins. And you could be next on the list. But not to be eliminated, but controlled when that someone has you under guardianship. Matt finishes the reasoning. Precisely. I may be overthinking, but I want to be prepared for the possibility. And do you have any suspects in mind? Matt asks, no, I shake my head. If it was really foul play, it's probably a family member on my mother's side. My father is an only child and my paternal grandparents are in Brazil and they are simple people who live on a small farm. My mother's family, on the other hand, she has a brother and sister. Inheritance from my grandparent. And she inherited most of it from being my grandpa's favorite, and she's always been more disconnected from the rest of the family. I see. Foggy says, going over my papers. The Bellucci family is really well in life. And I think that you, mother, and now you, have at least 60% of everything in shares. And I'm not even talking about money and other properties. I believe you were right to look for us. You'd be surprised at the ugly things people could do for a lot less money. Matt says to me while Foggy is still looking at my papers. But let me say a word of warning. Your seeking of independence will derail the plans of whoever is after your wealth. So take care of your own life, it's the most important thing. He says seriously. We will try to seek your emancipation as quickly and quietly as possible. We know a judge who has a soft spot for orphan child, he concludes. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Murdoch. Now would be a good time to cover up a certain flaw in my actions in coming here. Would you happen to be related to Jack Murdoch? The Batlin Murdoch? I ask, surprised. I even use D4C to quicken my heart for a moment and make my surprise more genuine. He is my father. Matt responds, to little put off by the sudden shift of conversation. That explains a lot. I thought you looked familiar. You too looked surprisingly fit for someone who was blind. Sorry. My dad was a big fan of Batlin Murdoch. And I watched with him. He loved that your father never gave up. He would take one and give back a stronger one. We always spar a little after watching box. I say excitedly. And it's all true. In this life my father and I watched various types of sports like this. I think my father wanted me to be more active. Or wanted to find a sport I enjoyed as a hobby. Now with the outstanding move I've solved why I seem to be such a good fighter. It fly over my head that Batman's subconscious acts might have gotten me into trouble. And also because I focused more on Matt, he is suspicious. That was my mistake. Seeing a hero and character like that for the first time. My calm facade aside, I was a little nervous and excited in the inside. And I know his senses may have picked up on something. Oh, thanks. It's always good to meet a fan of my dad, he says, smiling a little. After that, Foggy stops reading the papers and gives Matt a summary. After a little discussion between the three of us, I say goodbye to both of them. After saying goodbye to the lawyer duo, I find myself walking through a mall. There are certain things I plan to buy, like a new laptop and smartphone, which I'll know isn't bugged or anything. Yes, I'm paranoid that way. No corrective glasses and some tools, the things I can take in the backpack I brought with me when I bring my papers. Matt and Foggy assured me that they will get my emancipation. Apparently my good school record, tragic history and other things can move the court decision in my favor. I may need to take a psychological test, or participate in legally mandated psychiatric counseling until age 18. The judge not wanting to let me alone, and wanting to make sure I don't get lost in the wrong way apparently. Understandable, I am a child alone in the world with much money, can be a recipe to disaster. But I can accept, for my independence and freedom. When I get home, I will email other documents that they have sent me a list. It will be good to have the consent of my grandparents, the paternal ones, who are the only ones alive. The important thing is that I don't come under any uncle's guardianship. I emphasize that part, implying that I distrust any of them to Foggy and Matt. They understood, and perhaps they will use this distrust to appeal for my emancipation. But as a last resort, I don't want to appear suspicious. Changing the subject, the experience of meeting a hero proved very important to me. Not because I'm a fanboy, although I like Daredevil, but because I realized something I had overlooked. People can read me very easily. In this world, privacy is a distant concept to those who will get involved with the world of superpowers. Telepathy, super senses, X-ray vision, precognition, postcognition. Not to mention technological surveillance. In this world, it's hard to have a secret. I need to be prepared for everything. And information is too valuable to be given so easily to others. One more reason to avoid contact with the world of heroes or villains for now. Daredevil isn't a problem knowing I'm more than I look. He acts alone, so will hard for it to spread. He doesn't have much time to investigate me. And even if he tries to confront me, I can win. He's nice, but not one of the strongest. But this encounter reminded me why I've been so careful. I don't have any kind of plot armor against powers. Some kind of bullshit against mind control. Kilgrave can make me his bitch with one word. And this scares the shit of me. Despite all this potential that I have, is just that, potential. I need to be extra careful until I can handle these threats. It reminds me of JoJo in my past life, even though Jotaro is one of the strongest in the world. One of the best, if not the best, close-range stand in purely physical combat. And one of the most overpowered time-stopping skills. He almost died to a rat in Part 4. In combat, just because you're stronger doesn't mean you're absolutely certain to win. There are many factors. A dangerous game of rock, paper, scissors, where someone weaker can easily finish you off, because their skill set is your counter. Finally, finding a deserted place, I use D4C, and I start moving between things until I get home. It could be because I'm not used to it, or because I haven't assimilated Valentine 100% yet, but I can't use D4C teleport for more than a few blocks. I decided to go home using it to practice and increase the percentage. Now is the hardest part of my day. Break the news to my grandparents. I pick up the phone and dial the international number for them. So, who's talking? Grandma. It's me, Hector. I'm Callan. Oh, Hector, my little grandson. How are you? It is fine. Eating properly? So long? I'm so glad you called. Your grandfather just left, but I can call. Raymond do. Hector is calling. Come fast. I give a low laugh listening to how my grandmother acts. But I grit my teeth and prepare to break the news soon. The longer I take, the harder it will be. Grandma, I have something bad to tell you. In that conversation alone, I spoke the words I most hated to speak in my entire life. And I heard my grandmother's happiness turn to ash because of it. It's like I'm suffering the news all over again. Goodbyes. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Independence isn't doing your own thing. It's doing the right thing on your own. Kim John Payne. After a not-so-good night's sleep, at least they're getting shorter and shorter, I find myself getting ready for the funeral. In 10 minutes, Aunt Chris will pick me up for the ceremony. Being a man, I can get dressed fast. And apparently I know how to tie a tie. I learned it by dreaming. Well, not dreaming. But after waking up I noticed that certain knowledge was floating in the front of my mind as I was thinking about something. Watching Spider-Man fight Green Goblin. I think about how he could have fought better and done it right. Disassembling the laptops I bought yesterday. I think of better ways to assemble them more efficiently and to avoid malfunctions in the future. And now dressing in a suit. I have no problem, even when I've always needed my mom's help. Knowledges of Bruce Wayne and Funny Valentine are coming to me. That worries me. The person is formed by his memories. Will I lose myself and my uniqueness by assimilating different cards? I sigh and try to get my head off the pessimistic thoughts. I didn't gain any memory. And that knowledge was not transplanted. They came during my sleep RM very peacefully. No pain or confusion. I'm grateful for them, actually. It means that I will be able to learn things from the cards. Different fields of science, martial arts, techniques, magic. I won't just gain the ability to do it, I'll learn how to do it too. It reminds me of the earlier Spider-Man and Green Goblin fight I watched. Apparently they've been having encounters like this for a while. And no one knows the identity of the two. It might seem strange to anyone who's only watched Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, but in the comics Green Goblin's identity has long remained a mystery even to readers. Things here aren't settling down in time for a movie or a comic book. That's good and bad. It makes things more difficult, but I may have more opportunities. I've missed so many opportunities. I couldn't get an Ivan Vanko arc reactor, Hulk blood or Abomination, a radioactive spider, kill Victor Von Doom. You know these things? Not to mention the things that might be happening in the shadows that I have no idea. Everything related to the X-Men, in space, S.H.I.E.L.D. and others. I hate not knowing. After all this thinking, I realize I've just finished with my tie. I'm thinking faster too. Maybe I should write down my changes? No. Bad idea. I shake my head before going to put on my new suit and glasses. Looking at myself in the mirror, even trying to keep my nerd persona, I see that I'm much better than before. Smoother hair, brighter eyes, more upright posture, less pimples on my face. I shaved off all facial hair. I can already be considered a handsome teenager. If before I was 6 out of 10, now I'm 8 out of 10. And if I take my clothes off to show off my new defined muscles, I'm sure I can score an extra point. And this is just the beginning. I will get better, smarter, stronger, more powerful and good-looking. I allow myself a smile. I see a message from Aunt Chris saying that she arrived. Early than expected. But it's okay, I'm ready. I run my hand down my torso, feeling my ultimate Thor suit underneath. Nodding to myself, I leave the house to say goodbye to my parents. Even though I am present at this ceremony, everything seems so far away. There are many more people than I expected, from family members to patients that both of them helped. And that's just the life they've built in New York this past year. I'm glad to hear they were well liked. Not enough. I think morbidly looking at the coffin going down 6 foot underground. A single coffin with their ashes. United even after death. They would like it. As their son I got special attention, but I have to say I hated being approached by so many people saying things like, I know that is hard, with time everything will be better. No shit. I don't want to be consoled, especially when you say the obvious. I much prefer people who just pat me on the shoulder and speak well of my parents. That they were good people deserved more. Those pitying looks bother me. And if only they were pity. My mother's brothers and sister are almost looking smug. As if in the end they won some secret competition of who stays alive the longest. Bastards. Aunt Chris stayed by my side the entire time. In fact, it's more that I stayed by her side all the time. Anything to avoid having to blend in with my mother's family. My maternal grandfather was so cool. How did these guys end up like this? And I won't even talk about my cousins. Of all the people at this funeral, the ones who came to talk to me. 2 of them caught my attention for completely different reasons. The first is my uncle. All my new Batman-like instincts are screaming that this guy can't be trusted, and that not a single word that came out of his mouth was genuine. Uncle Alexander Bellucci, unlike his namesake, the Great, the man is a disappointment to all who create the slightest expectation for him. Starting with my late grandfather. You see, my paternal grandfather Thomas Bellucci started with nothing, and slowly walked to success, and at the end of his life he had a network of hospitals and shares in several pharmaceutical and medical companies. Apparently he had a big break during World War II. He was one of the Howling Commandos. That's right, Captain America's squad. I was shocked when I found out too. And when I joined with the memories of this life. He loved to tell what he was like on the battlefield, a small, light-footed guy who ran around saving lives. But he had the strength to carry soldiers twice his size. Myself in this life loved hearing this story. After the war, everyone in the squad was able to retire with rewards and great connections. Many remained in the army because they did not know another life. And they were promoted to higher ranks. He predicted that after the nukes, there wouldn't be a major war for a long time. So he decided to save the common people. He was also disappointed in how the war ended. 2 unnecessary massacres, after all that Cap have done to prevent. He dies stopping a bomb. To our own government do the same in Japan, he confessed to me one time. The clinic he opened was successful, and he also provided psychiatric care. He was one of the first to see that the body and mind were intertwined. Back then, someone with trauma was seen more as mentally weak. People don't care too much with psychiatric care, even for soldiers. I think seeing the horrors of war made him notice the soldier might leave the war, but the war never leaves the soldier. Well, my grandpa is a great guy. He had 4 children. The oldest and the man I is talking right now is Alexander Bellucci. And as I said, a disappointment. He's not smart, doesn't look good, and doesn't have any business talent. That wouldn't be a problem if he didn't act like he had everything I said. The man is arrogant, misogynistic, ugly, xenophobic, and keeps making subtle little comments that offend people. He never got along with my father. My dad almost punched him once when he mentioned something about wasting time helping kids in the tribes in the Amazon. My mother, after realized that my uncle was going to lose some teeth, she placated the situation before it happened. My mom wanted everyone to get along, but sometimes that just isn't possible. And why dear Uncle Alexander is a disappointment? Well, if you compare it to my mother and the other brother and sister, he never stood out. He needed help getting into college. Problems with alcohol, drugs, bad grades, minor. Criminal misdemeanors like drunk driving and almost killing a guy. A lot of times he got away with it just because he had a rich dad. But dear Uncle Alexander's biggest disappointment was during an argument with my grandfather. My grandfather gave him an ultimatum to get his life straight. He got mad. He said he never wanted anything to do with my family again, that he didn't need my grandfather. So to prove the point, he used all of his savings from his allowance. That it had all been my grandfather's gain. But he conveniently forgot and decided to enter the real estate market. In the real estate market. In the USA. In my life, the real estate crisis happened a little later. But in this world, it happened much sooner. Right around the time he decided to invest. I need to say he came back with his tail between his legs to my grandfather. My grandfather took him back, gave him a position to manage one of the sectors in one of the hospitals. For him to go up from there. Well, he hasn't climbed the professional ladder much for all these years. Probably because of all that weight he has. So this guy came to talk to me. Give me his condolences. He gave a speech about how shocked he was by the news and that the world won't be the same without my parents. I almost threw the punch my dad owed him all these years. But what left me on edge was his talk about me being able to move in with him if I needed to. That he would support me in this difficult time. He just became my first suspect in the involvement of my parents' death. And I feel like I'm right about that. I almost agree to move in with him. This guy can't hurt me, that's the truth. And he thinks I'm a stupid kid. I can infiltrate and find out everything about him or kill him at any time. A push from D4C down the stairs. Or any other kind of accidental death. I can teleport with D4C and have an alibi on the other side of town. But that thought disappears almost instantly. Being under his care would put me under constant surveillance, preventing my growth. The second person who caught my eye was a big surprise for me. Dr. Donald Blake came to my parents' funeral. Donald Blake, it's Thor. Thor's origin as a human is different in the comics when compared to his movie. To teach him humility, Odin trapped Thor in a vessel with a human identity. A surgeon with a crippled leg, Donald Blake. And even made Thor lose his memories. Only after a long time, when Thor began to have more compassion and to think more before acting rashly, did he implant a compulsion for Donald Blake to go to Norway to find Mjolnir and become Thor. By the way, I remember there was a saga in the comics where Donald Blake's alter ego goes crazy and going in a killing spree. It even absorbs the Odin force. Even so, he didn't regain his full memory for a long time. I didn't know that my parents knew Thor, but I'm not that surprised. Donald Blake is a surgeon in New York. It's not that hard for him to meet my parents when he works in one of my grandfather's hospitals. The man in front of me is the Norse god of thunder, and he may have already regained his identity as Thor. Is this Cain the Mjolnir disguised? He came over to give me his condolences and say to me be strong, because that's what my parents would want me to do. Very Viking, I would say, but maybe is only my bias. Aunt Chris decides to have a little chat with Dr. Blake. And a little part of the conversation take my interest. Donald, where is Jane? Are you still together? She asks. We are together and strong, Christine. Jane is in New Mexico researching some space anomaly. Astrophysicists always have to move around the globe to get a better look at the stars, you know? He answers smiling him. So it's a mix of the MCU? Or maybe just an adaptation for these modern times? Both Jane Foster and Christine Palmer were nurses in the comics. At that time it was less common for women to have professions such as doctors and astrophysicists. Today it is normal. I really am at the beginning of the storm that will be this world. I wonder when and what will be the first large-scale invasion of the planet. Loki? Kree? Frot? Galactus? Thanos? Dr. Donald Blake leaves a little later and I'm still not sure if he's Thor or not. Many have already said goodbye too, leaving only me and Aunt Chris. Do you want a ride to home? She asks me. No. I think that I'm gonna stay for a while. Give my propers goodbyes. I reply. She nods her head and doesn't try to convince me anymore. After she leaves, it's just me in the cemetery. Me and the tombstone with my parents' name. I look a little at the sky, I see it's cloudy. It's just a misty morning of January. No rain, huh? I was expecting some cliches for the weather. I sigh and kneel in front of the tombstone and just let myself bathe in the moment. In the silence, I let the thought that my parents are really dead sink in my mind. I start off not too well. I was never the most religious, you know? I've always been skeptical, cynical. I think it was because it made me look smarter, like an internet atheist. I chuckle a little. But now I know there's something out there. There are gods in this world. One just came out of your funeral. But I don't think you're going to Valhalla. You guys are cool and all, but not cool Vikings. Ha. And here I go again. I always do it to light of the situation, making jokes when things get too serious. But I need to be serious now. I need to be serious from now on. I am your son. I am your son for 2 lives. It's weird, I was transmigrated. I have repeated memories, new ones. I feel that the me of my past life has a little more precedence when compared to the me of this life. Maybe it's because he's further along in time, or because this world is fictional for my other one. But I mean, not for a second did I stop thinking of myself as your son. In this life or the old one. That's why it hurts so much to know that I lost you guys. I finally cry a little now that I'm alone. Without you, I'm going to have to decide what kind of person I'm going to be from now on. I don't think I belong in the heroic business. But I also don't consider myself a villain. I've thought a lot, and I still don't have a concrete answer. But I think I know where to start. Like it or not, you guys created a good person. You two are a good people. From an outsider's perspective, it may seem naive or idiotic. But I think I want to help people, you know? At least try. My priority will be my life always. But I think I should try to repay my luck to the world. The two of you are really rare people who did not deserve to have died so soon. I want to create a world where good deeds are appropriately rewarded. I think there's a line from Batman like this: sometimes people deserve to have their fate rewarded. I won't have the crippling hero complex like Spider-Man. But I will start helping people more. Be more active. In hindsight, maybe because of the assimilation of Valentine and Batman, I see that I was very passive. Afraid of making mistakes, of failing. I will try to let it go. Failure can be a great teacher, Master Yoda says. Or, great teacher failure is more accurately, I again joke a little, I will try to change the world for the better. And if I fail, they who lose. I will take spaceship and visit the rest of the universe. I thought I could just ignore everything, you know? Move to Brazil. Staying there for a few years growing in power with Gacha. And then come back kicking ass. But that would be an easy way out. And you, Dad, taught me that sometimes the easy way out isn't worth it. I feel like I would lose if I decided to escape. That I will regret for the rest of my life. I will fight and start my fight by bringing justice to whatever did this to you too. My justice, I complete darkly. See, I'm not hero material. Well, that's it. I say, standing up after a minute or two. I don't know if I'll be here constantly. I don't know if you're watching me from somewhere, or if you too can't, or if you've already reincarnated. Perhaps you too were Isekai in some other world as well. One married couple in a fantasy world. That time a doctor couple was reincarnated in another world, would make a good title. I would read your story. But I don't think Mom would let you make a harem, Dad. I'm going now. I'll try my best. I love you guys. I say goodbye. I should have said these things while I could. Teenagers should value their parents while they have them. I'm going to Brazil. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. You're going to Brazil. Mordekaiser probably. Today is my 4th day since I was transmigrated into this world. And now I'm finishing packing for my parents' 2nd funeral, which will happen in my paternal grandparents' hometown. The flight is at 2 p.m., and I have already called Aunt Chris, Matt and Foggy to let them know that I will be spending a few days in Brazil. And when I get back, I will contact them. I would usually have everything ready and at the airport, but a little inconvenience happened last night. My house was invaded by people wanting to kill me. Flashback 3rd POV. The night before, a 98 Chevette stopped on the street of the Carvalho residence, with 3 adult men inside. It's that house with 3 floors, painted white, said the one who was driving. Now you two go in there and do one of 2 things. Either you kill the kid quietly and make it look like a suicide, the kid's parents just died, nobody's going to think it's weird, he didn't want to live anymore. He has no close friends or family. Continued the man behind the wheel. He handed a small box to the other man in the passenger seat. In there is a syringe, it will cock out the kid. After that you take him to the bathroom and finish the work. After that he presented the other option. Or do you make it look like it was a robbery gone wrong? If he wakes up, kill him, steal something, mess up the house a little and come back, capice? Okay, but what's wrong with our unlucky companion? You are well prepared. Who wants him dead that much? Asks the one who was sitting in the back while checking some tools. All I know is he's got a big inheritance there. And if he disappears, one of the chief's associates will be very rich. And so the boss will have a finger in several hospitals across the country. Now go, it must be easy, the kid lives alone now. And I have information that there is a door in the back, no dogs. Bedroom on the 2nd floor. Go. The one who is apparently the leader ended up shooing the other 2 away. He had information that showed someone close to the family was helping them. After putting on ski masks, the 2 criminals got out of the car and started moving towards the house. Arriving in the backyard after jumping over the neighboring yard wall, they found the door. One of the 2 pulled out some tools and started working on the lock, while the other kept watch. They weren't the common low-life thugs apparently. After a few minutes of effort the door opened. From here on would be a piece of cake, they thought. All they would have to do is go to the 2nd floor room, inject the kid with the syringe, take him to the bathroom and slit his wrists. If all went well in 10 minutes they would be far away. What they didn't count on was that they weren't going to kill a normal young man. They were breaking into the house of someone very paranoid and cautious. So paranoid that he was sleeping in a different room on the ground floor. A room right in the corner and forgotten. So paranoid he slept on the floor without a pillow or blanket. His whole body and ear plugged into the floor. And when the two entered, he woke up immediately due to the vibrations of the footsteps. And he was already watching them through the eyes of a ghostly figure. He slept in a suit that made him invulnerable to common weapons. These thugs had zero chance at all from the start. Finally, a clue. The young man thought as his eyes got harder watching the two invaders. Bandit 2 POV reaching the second floor, I signal Jimmy to look at the rooms on the left while I looks at the ones on the right. After he nods, I proceed to look for the unlucky brat. The first bedroom has nothing, it appears to be an office. After going back to the hallway, I'm waiting for Jimmy to return from the first room he entered, to see if he's had better luck. But he still hasn't returned. After a full minute I get impatient. Is this idiot stuffing his pockets with some jewelry? I decide to go follow this idiot to remember him to keep his head in the game. But when I enter the room, I realize that it is completely empty. It appears to be a couple room. The big bed. Wardrobe covering an entire wall. Photos at the head of the bed. But no sign of Jimmy. I saw him entering this room. The door was still open. I was going to take care of you first. You looked like the one giving orders. But then he walked into this room, and I couldn't let him contaminate anything with his dirty hands. I hear a voice that sends goosebumps all over my body. Going to pull the gun while I scream. Who's there dash? I couldn't pull the gun from my waist because something grabbed my elbow, and I got punched in the throat from an impossible place, where previously there was no one. I fall rolling on the floor, trying to get away from whoever is in the dark attacking me. I already checked with the other guy. You don't have any communication devices in your ear. I was worried about alerting you. That's why I caught him in one move. The voice speaks again. But I don't see anyone. But I don't want you screaming. It will wake up the neighbors. And I can't speak, it's hard to breathe. Feeling my waist, I see that I already have no weapon and nothing else in my pockets. How? As I start to get up, my knee is bent in an awkward position. But before I scream, some rag is stuffed into my mouth and I'm finally face to face with this monster. But a figure dressed all in black, covering the entire body. A tight suit, so I can see it's a man, but it's impossible to recognize anything else. Are there any more of you? Hey, don't look at me like that. You don't have to talk to answer. Nod your head yes or no. The figure continues with a hoarse voice, while holding me by the hair. I can't make my body stop shaking. The figure starts to look to the side, as if trying to notice something in the distance. I think it's my chance and I'm going to try to punch him in the face, and try to throw him to the ground. I am bigger, I can overwhelm him in strength. Make this a dirt fight. Before my fist touches the bastard's face, his hand connects with the inside of my elbow, then he uses his own elbow to pull my arm away and grab my shoulder and the back of my neck. He pulls my head and headbutts me in the nose. Teeth, reflex, hey, don't go dirtying the carpet. He says, taking the cloth to my bleeding nose. I just realized there's a suspicious car parked at the end of the street. Do you know what that means? He asks me ominously. It means you missed the chance to be useful and answer my questions. By the time my dizzy mind finally grasps the danger of his words, I'm already starting to fall unconscious. The unlucky ones are us. Hector POV. This unstable molecule fabric costume I bought at CWA from Marvel is very useful. Very breathable. It does not impede movements. It's like the Fantastic Four suits. Only 50 CP. I bought it to be the base of my future costume. For now, there's nothing to highlight. Just the full body suit. Like Black Noir in the comics of the boys. These guys didn't stand a chance. After taking all the damn belongings. Gag and tie them. I turn my attention to the car on the street. Sending D4C out the window, I can see there's a suspicious guy behind the wheel. D4C's vision is very good, even from so far away. He must be these guys' escape driver. After putting Bandit Leader with Bandit Useless together, I grab a blanket and throw it over the three of us. Soon after, I'm already sitting in the back seat of the car on the street, with the other two thugs strapped to my side. The car thug still hasn't noticed my arrival. D4C is so OP. Using the gun that I just take from Bandit Leader, I point it at the bandit car's neck and say in my Batman voice, "Don't move." He instantly stiffens. Answer. Why are you targeting the boy? Yike, how? I don't give him a chance to continue replying and I close his mouth from behind. Meanwhile, D4C is looking all over the car for hidden weapons. You only do and talk what I want, I say, almost breaking his jaw. Now I will repeat. Why did you try to attack the boy? I ask again and then slowly withdraw my hand, but I'm squeezing the gun to his neck. I don't seem to have the disdain for weapons like Batman does. Calm down, man. We were just going to rob the house. It looked like rich people live there. I grab his nose and twist, breaking easily. Lie again, and I will move to you fingers. I didn't break his hand because I have a plan in mind, and he's going to need his hand. They had a syringe to probably knock me out. This was all designed to kidnap or kill me. The boss wanted the boy erased discreetly, because of an inheritance or whatever. He says quickly, not wanting to test how far he would go with threats. And who is your boss? It's the Kingpin, dude. And if you know what's good for you, it's best not to get involved. Just let us get the job done before your whole family. I grab his ear and yank it off. I told you, you just say what I want you to say. I say coldly as he tries to stop the bleeding. Kingpin? Someone in my family has a connection to the criminal world. What else do you know? Who knows, maybe it'll put me in a good mood enough not to rip your dick off. Please no more. The boss said to take care of the kid and make it look like suicide or robbery. And someone connected to the boss could have the inheritance, so the boss would have control over the hospitals, he says quickly. Makes sense. The Kingpin has control over the police, firefighters, politicians. Hospitals would be a good place to have influence too. To kill people discreetly. Or prevent certain people from surviving. Okay, I believe in you. I say and feel the relief taking over his body. Now drive until I tell you to stop. I end up pressing the barrel of the gun to the back of his neck. He swallows hard and starts driving scared. After following my instructions of left or right for a while, I'm finally where I want to be. As one of the abandoned parts of the city, it wouldn't be strange for this place to be used for drug dealings. I noticed you guys have some fun toys in your trunk. I say, signaling with my head to the machine guns floating in front of the car. He cannot see, but D4C is holding both weapons. Oh God, you are one of them. A freak, he says, now more scared than ever. He must be mistaking me for a mutant. Before he can do anything else, I hit him over the head with the butt of the gun, leaving him unconscious, and to be sure I repeat the action with the other two. Then I remove all the bindings and gags. I return their belongings. I fix them in the car and leave. That would be the moment I would leave and be the end of the night. Batman don't kill. I never killed before. Well, there's a first time to everything. And I'm no Batman. D4C hand one of the machine guns to me. And we started shooting, first 3 very accurate shots to each head to kill them. There's no need to them to suffer. And then I shoot all over the car, even at the gas tank, making an explosion, eliminating the 3 of them. Batman doesn't use weapons. In truth, he is disgusted by them. Glad to know I don't get harmful stuff from cards. I can do what I want, without the morals of the characters that I assimilate affecting me. Good to know. Now I have a lead, and the deaths of these 3 cannot be connected to me by the authorities or anyone. Walking close to a wall and a pillar, I return home. I can go further and further. I just killed 3 people. A part of me is shocked and terrified. But that part of me needs to shut the fuck up, that I can't leave weaknesses in this world. Farimha? Let's try to get some sleep. ND flashback. And that's why I woke up later than I planned. I shouldn't be so tired. Looks like it was more mental fatigue. It was my first conflict. It was easy, but it took me a while to fall asleep because of the adrenaline. I managed to remain calm the entire time, but inside I was nervous. Now I'm deciding whether or not I can take the Thor suit to the Brazil. This won't go through the airport. Do I need to leave it right here? It's okay not to use it. I'm pretty hard to kill with my regeneration. But I don't want to let it go. When I'm away, even hiding it, I won't feel safe. As I think about this, certain information comes to mind. Items summoned through the gacha always work no matter what universe you are in, and can never be used against you in any way. These items are always in perfect condition and will not degrade in any way. They can only be used by you, and by those who have direct permission from you. These items are summonable and will appear by your side no matter what. Items that require things such as energy source or ammunition will have an infinite amounts of them, however you can't siphon or use them for any other way. I had forgotten this because items can't be made into cards again. But this is more of an inconvenience with people summoned. Objects can be brought into my hand. It means I can summon it to my hand at any time. And I can stop others from using it. And I feel like I can do it in different ways, Mjolnir-like, or making the person feel pain, or even making the item intangible and untouchable. I head to the house safe, hidden under my parents' bed. And I put the suit there. I close and walk away. And I try to call the suit. It appears in my hand. No sound or beam of light, it just appears. After locking it in the safe again, I'm going to get ready to leave the house. I take my bags, which consists of just 3. One with my clothes, other with my laptop and stuff like that, and the other with a urn with half of my parents' ashes. With that, I confirm that everything is okay with the house. All doors locked. The lock the bandits broke last night is still in perfect condition. What kind and considerate people, taking care of the property of others like this. R.I.P. Now I can go to the airport. Goodbye, New York. For a while. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race. Human character assimilation fully assimilated. None in progress. Funny Valentine 25%. Batman 29%. Summon characters. None powers. Source of all living matter. Dirt D's done dirt cheap. Stand equipped items. None. Travel disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. But I wondered, how would I feel about killing someone? Now I know. It's no big deal. Chris Kyle, the American sniper. Unknown location in an office. 2 men are seated at a table, facing each other, with several papers between them. Just one look is enough to notice the power dynamic between the two. One is obviously the subordinate of the other. Is that all, Wesley? I have matters to attend to, says the man who is obviously in charge. Both his posture, physical appearance, and the air around this man screams that he is dangerous and used to giving orders. He is a bald and apparently a fat white male, sitting in a luxurious chair. But if look more closely, a person can notice that underneath his expensive suit he is a mountain of muscle, and he is much taller than he appears at first glance. One last thing, sir. The other replies he is also in a suit, is thin and wears glasses with his hair combed perfectly. If the other person who appears to be the boss is a businessman, this is obviously his secretary or lawyer, judging by appearance alone. But the two are much more than that. Go ahead, growls the behemoth of a man. He doesn't like to waste time. And he has plans with a beautiful lady later. A lady he's had his eyes on for a long time. Nothing can go wrong. And being late is a faux pas he doesn't want to make. Tom, Eddie, and Jimmy are found dead this morning. The ones that are sent to deal with the orphan boy last night. Car in flames, dozens and dozens of bullet holes. He is interrupted when his boss slams his hand on the table as he stands up. It is a testament to the mental fortitude of the man called Wesley that he does not flinch. Just stop talking and patiently wait for his boss to speak. Who? The bald man practically growls through his teeth. Something to do with the orphan boy? He asks. I don't think so, sir. Wesley responds as he removes his glasses to clean with a tissue. The three were found several kilometers away from where they were supposed to be to complete their task. If I had to guess by the modus operandi, I would say that they were punished. Wesley complete. First that masked man and that spider, now this Punisher. How many of these annoying vigilantes are going to be a thorn on my side? The boss says, full of frustration and anger. It's time to lift our game. Let's go ahead with that project with Alexei and Mac Gargan. I give my okay, he adds. Wesley just nods. What about orphan boy, sir? He asks after a pause. Forget about the boy for now, he's not going anywhere. We have bigger problems with these vigilantes. They are costing me a lot of money. Alexander should have had better control over a teenager. Text him. We've already helped you deal with the couple. If you can't deal with a child, what use are you to us? The boss ends ominously. It will be done, sir. Wesley confirms before standing up. And with a final nod he leaves the office. Wilson Fisk sits back in his chair and allows himself a deep breath. He cannot show weakness to anyone, not even his most trusted man James Wesley. But everything has gone wrong for him lately. He sometimes just wants to explode and kill someone. But he remembers that he can forget about these problems for a while at dinner with his lady Vanessa today. She is his safe haven in these turbulent times. With much happier thoughts, Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, retires from his office for the pleasant evening that awaits him. Hector POV. I still have 4 hours of flight to go, is my thought as I sit in my comfortable seat in first class. Before it wouldn't be a problem, I could just sleep. But now I'm more hyperactive, with more energy to expend. And boredom is killing me. Even assimilating much more calm and experienced characters, I'm still a teenager apparently. Could I score one of the flight attendant? There's a blondie who's been giving me looks for a while. Or is it because I'm in first class? And I'm just a customer? Well, my gut says I have a chance with a little effort. But actually, I'm still a virgin. And losing my virginity in a plane toilet is not how I plan of being my first time. And also I'm very young, this will give most adult women a pause. Too many things to lose. Well then, let's do some research. I've already tried to take a nap, and in 30 minutes I've woken up fully refreshed, so I won't be able to spend time sleeping anymore. Opening my new laptop, I start to update myself with figures of interest in this world. It's okay to do this on this laptop because I haven't registered any accounts with it. Even if someone hacks or steals it, it's impossible to connect it with me. Let's start by seeing who Wilson Fisk is to the world. Doing a search for Fisk, I find the English and Spanish school in Brazil. But with a little more scrutiny, I find the man I'm looking for. He is a philanthropist with shares in several transportation companies. So this is the cover for his criminal empire. There's very little about the man. He doesn't draw attention, even though he's a giant. I've only found a few photos at charity events, and since he doesn't have a company of his own, it's impossible to locate his headquarters. Even though I know he must be in New York. As expected, nothing useful. But I have to pass the time, and nothing better than researching my new enemy, not that he knows it. I killed those three by making it look like the Punisher, just to not connect with me. I intend to stay in Brazil for a few days until I can assimilate Miles. I want that spider sense to avoid having my house blown up with me inside. But actually I'm relieved, now I have a clear enemy. And I know he's not that menacing when compared to others in Marvel. As I am now, I can destroy the Kingpin. After that I started looking up the status of the world of heroes. To see if I missed something. Dr. Octopus made his debut? Apparently it didn't follow the movie. Otto Octavius was an Oscorp employee who kidnapped Norman Osborn to take funds to do his own project. Spider-Man stopped Otto, saved Norman. He saved the Green Globin. Norman probably hid his own strength during all that ordeal. Or maybe is that double personality thing. Henry Pym? This is a dangerous man for several reasons. He is young. Should I kill him? Calm down, Hector. Is not a healthy solution to your problems going killing everyone that have done something bad in the comics? You ended up starring the comic Hector Kill the Marvel Universe. After concentrating on the task of studying the world I am in and not confusing it with my old one, time starts to go by fast. I never had that level of concentration. I research about countries that exist here, different historical events. Does a mutant kills President Kennedy? This explains some of the hatred, along with the obvious propaganda against mutant kind. And no public appearance of the X-Men, Charles Xavier, erasing everyone's memory when anyone sees them? If I am any other person will be good be part of a group. Resources, connections and others. But as a comic reader I know the problems of these group of heroes. From time to time, heroes are fighting more heroes than villains. World War Hulk, Civil War, Avenger vs. X-Men and many others. It's so much conflict, politics, asshole people. I have the gacha, I'm not like any other person. I can have my loyals companions and subordinates. Because of this I decide to build my own group. Will be much better, with blackjack and hookers. Now I'm getting off my plane at Salvador Airport. I'll stay at a nearby hotel where I've already booked a room, and in the morning I'll take a bus that will take me to my father's hometown and my grandparents' farm. They wanted to pick me up at the airport, but I refused. Too much effort for them to come, only to going right back. Next day. AAA Brazil. I feel more comfortable and relaxed here. Land of the Gambiarra, caramel dog, corruption, the Brazilian way and internet trolls hue BRBR. If the reason for my visit was happier, I would be smiling right now. Looking at the landscape through the bus window, I keep thinking that everything is really far here. I'm going inland and you can see miles and miles of pastures and crops. And some separate communities. My grandparents' farm is in the countryside of Bahia, and I know I said before that my grandparents are simple people. But their little farm is many times bigger than Manhattan. And it's not even that big compared to the really rich farmers. There are families that have lands that can extend even beyond state borders. Brazil has plenty of land. My grandparents may not live in super luxury, but they have money in the form of land and livestock. And my father helped to annex more land, that's why it's so big. And I'm the one who will inherit everything now too, huh? I see now that I am well off. I'm not a billionaire, but I can live my life peacefully if I want to. But I know it's not enough. I will use the money my parents left me to earn much more. Lex Luthor I can too. I always found bullshit in those fanfics, the MCs that create a multi-billion-dollar company in months. I already planned. Even with my funds, it will take years for me to establish myself, if all goes without a hitch. And I know there will be obstacles in the form of people. Besides, who the fuck starts presenting technology that surpasses anything seen in the world out of nowhere like that? Why not write a sign on the back, kidnap my relatives? Damas, I will be careful. I know it's inevitable to make enemies. But a wise man, despite not avoiding making enemies, does not go looking for them. I finally arrive. At the bus station where I get off, my grandfather is waiting for me. My grandfather has a lot of similarities with my father, tall, brown skin, very fit to his age and a smile splitting his face. He's wearing a very cowboy outfit, hat, boots, striped shirt, belt with a buckle bigger than my wrist. Typical. Oh my son, look at you. So big and strong. He's the first to speak, rushing over to give me a hug. Here, physical contact is much more common. Then he was inspecting me, probably to see if I'm missing any limbs. Typical grandfather thing. Grandpa, I've missed you. I just wanted that would be under better circumstances. I resolve to address the issue soon, so we can get over it soon. His face shows a sad expression instantly. I know, but you're in good health. It's all that I care now, he says. Then he notices the big suitcase in my hand. Is this, he says, choking a little, this half of my mother and father ashes, I say and notice he's almost crying. But my grandfather is a man from a much more different and difficult time. He thinks a man could not show emotions, which would be synonymous of weakness. He turns around quickly with his hand on his face and starts walking away. I see. Let's go. Your grandma is waiting. The car is in that direction. He says without looking back. I sigh. Everyone deals with grief differently. My father is the only surviving child of the two. There were 4 others. But they didn't survive childhood due to various complications. It's quite unusual. My childhood friends had a lot of uncles. It is normal for a couple to have between 12 and 18 children at that time in Brazil. The walk to the car continues in silence. But after getting into my grandfather's Ford F-150 SVT Raptor, the mood improves a little. I think my grandfather just wanted to regain his composure. He starts asking me all sorts of things you'd expect a senior in your family to ask. What am I doing, my friends, girlfriends? After crossing the small town that is the birthplace of this part of my family. Not much to see. We started to cross fields and fields of green. On my grandfather's farm, I noticed the large number of cattle. Nelore is the breed, I think. The whites are more predominant in Brazil. After another 30 minutes of travel, with now me asking questions about the farms, I saw a huge lake, which my grandfather said is used for fishing as a hobby. And he promised to take me there afterwards. This farm is big. It even has a river that cuts through it and supply the reservoir of water, hills and a forest. Apparently large landowners have to set aside 20% of their property to keep the forest untouched by humans. It's a good thing, I think. And my grandfather agrees. He is not the greedy type who wants as much profit as possible. He even opens this part up for visitors to trail. There's a waterfall with an underground grotto somewhere in the back, he said. There's even a fossil of a giant sloth in the background. There the place is protected by the authorities. But I have to look later. We finally arrived at my grandparents' house. The roar of the truck's engine must have alerted my grandmother, because she came out to greet us on the porch. And once again she is the one who takes the initiative. Oh, my baby. She cooed, look at you, so handsome. Are you eating enough? You look skinny. I will take care of you these days. Put some meat in these bones. You look much like you father. You must be a philanderer. Or do you already have some nice lady in your heart? If not, I can show you some good gals. The daughter of Esther is a real beauty. And she goes on, without letting me go even for a moment. My grandma is a small thing with a head full of white hair, brown skin, crow feet in her eyes, and smiling mark around her mouth. Now that my grandfather has taken off his hat, I can see that his hairline is thinning out a lot too, and it's all white. But he looks younger than my grandmother, even though he's the oldest. Men, aging like fine wine. All right, Maria, let the kid breath. You haven't let him say one word until now, you notice? My grandfather comes to my rescue. Silence, Raimundo. I have so much to catch up with. Ito. Ito is my nickname. Only people that know me from childhood call me that. And it's sad to think that the number is very small now. After that, I hand over the suitcase with my parents' urn. Then my grandmother breaks down crying. It's so hard. I had handled it so well until now. But seeing your grandmother crying so much, there's no one to hold back. Hugging my grandmother tight and consoling her, I can't help but cry my eyes out. I am me. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Sometimes we must lose ourselves to find ourselves. In my past life I was never a very religious guy. But since I ended up in this new world, I have to rethink my concepts. Gods exist here, beings who can decide my fate without my consent. Either because they have the authority to do it, or simply because they are insanely powerful. That's why I feel a little uncomfortable in this church. I don't remember how Marvel treats Christianity or Catholicism. I know there are a lot of demons who call themselves Lucifer, But I don't remember if there's a heaven or Almighty God Yahweh that I don't even know about, like in DC with the presence. I know of the one above all, but I don't know if he has representation in that religion. Or if the God of Bible here is like Odin. I know that exists a Greek pantheon. And Bast from Wakanda. And many others. It's uncomfortable not to know. I'm so behind that is not even funny. But let's focus on the ceremony. As expected, a priest is preaching at my parents' funeral. Then we will have the procession for the burial. And in 7 days we will have the Seventh-day Catholic Massachusetts, which consists in directing the soul of the deceased to God. 7 days I think is for the soul to solve any unfinished business or regrets on this plane. So I'll be here for a while. No problem, my classes return in 2 weeks. Staying here will be good for my mind and body. I realized before by looking at the large land that my grandparents have. I can use it for training. I'll be able to test my abilities without worrying about being watched like I would in New York. I will start tomorrow. For today I will focus on my family. Both the one that left and the one here on land. It was very different from the burial in New York. First, the tradition is different. And second, having my grandparents, people who are really devastated by the loss of my parents, makes it all the more emotional. I know few people here, but a lot of people came to talk to me. Give their condolences, talk about my father's childhood, who had seen me when I was just a baby. And I really feel like they're being genuinely nice and kind. Restores my faith in humanity. In this small community there is rarely an asshole. The cynical part of my mind just argues that this is normal, in such a controlled social group. If someone gets a tarnished reputation, their life is much more complicated. But I just want to believe that there are people who are good just for being good. If I get to be this cynical, I'll become Lex Luthor. Many people confuse cynicism equals intelligence. And goodness equals naivety or foolish. In that regard, I prefer to be more like Superman. He's not a blind idiot who ignores what suits him. He knows very well that people have great potential for evil. He can hear them goddamn it. He can listen to people suffering and doing atrocities better than anyone. But he believes these same people have infinite potential for good. Maybe because I'm in a similar place to Kent Farm, my thoughts are growing a little more optimistic. That is good. I like it. You always think the worst of people, it gives you an edge, but it also blinds you to the possibility of trusting anyone. Superman to Batman. Justice doesn't always have to come from the darkness. It's something Batman himself realizes after Superman's death. Am I gaining Batman memories? Subtly at least. Memories make us who we are, then I will become more like the characters that I assimilated. Well, as long as my body and mind isn't taken by anyone. No big problem. People change over time. And I'm still in control without being swayed. It's like watching a movie. You can learn and you can apply what you have learned to your life. But I'm not becoming a puppet to these thoughts. The proof is that my way of thinking is much more Superman-like than Bartman-like, and I'm assimilating Batman. But I'm Hector. I had a good life. Relatively wealthy, parents who love me. I have zero reason to be an edgy teenager who broods over everything or to become a villain. I'll deal with the Kingpin, it won't be pretty. But I'm not of the Knight, the Vengeance, the Batman. I'm Hector. I'll do things my way because any way I do it will be Hector-like. And I will make all these powers, experiences and knowledge my own for real. Simple like that. After my little epiphany, the ceremony went off without a hitch. We're back at my grandparents' house. My grandmother went to rest. She is mentally exhausted. My grandfather and I talked for a while before he left too. It's still 5 p.m. I'm not tired. So I think I'll take a look at Gacha, plan what I'm going to train during my stay in Brazil. I want the screens to appear in front of me. 1/4, Gacha points, 16, 2/4, Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race, human character assimilation fully assimilated, none in progress. Funny Valentine 28%, Batman 33%, summon characters, none powers, source of all living matter, dirty D's done dirt cheap, stand, equipped items. None others. Chakra books, unstable molecule suit. EDI biomech suit version 2.0. 3/4, non-used cards. Characters, Shago, Kim Possible, Flurkin, Loki, Earth, 199999/MCU. Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Earth, 1610. Items, Sword of Actuation, Berserk, Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb, Zeta Flight Space Station. Earth, 25271. Neutralizer gun powers and abilities, Made in Heaven stand, JJBA. So, consumables, Shonen setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month. Power boost card, background customization card X05. 4/4. Siowa options, Siowa points. 450 simplified Marvel Sil. I feel like I'm stagnant in assimilating the characters. I've been in this world for 6 days, and I've only completed a third of the 2. Normally I wouldn't have a problem. But on February 1st I will be running Gacha again. That's right, despite the fact that I came to this world on the 21st, the possibility to deposit 100 Gacha reset points on the first day of each month. And coincidentally, I would have accumulated 30 Gacha points that day. When I arrived in this world, I had 1 GP that comes daily. I spent $100 to buy another 100 GP. With 101 GP, I bought a general roll of 10 that spent 30 GP and a roll of the setting Marvel that spent 60 GP. In total I spent 90 GP, leaving 11 GP. Why didn't I roll it 3 more times? It's 3 GP per roll, right? When you roll a group of 10, it's sure to come with something with a tier beyond my level. In this case, it was Miles Morales and the Made in Heaven stand last time. That's why it's best to roll in a group of 10. In the description of the essence, talk about tiers. But I'm not using tiers. It's too hard to classify all the fictional omniverse like that. Because of this I am letting very ambiguous. On February 1st I will have accumulated at least 20 GP, and I will be able to buy 100 GP again, giving me the number of 120 GP. I'll roll everything in general this time. I will win the incredible number of 40 cards. There are 2 reasons why I don't roll into the setting again. Firstly, I can get things of here if I put in the effort, besides it's expensive. And secondly, I want as many cards as possible at the moment. I want to get to know Gacha better. I'll be happy even if consumables come. I didn't know I could earn Suioas, or tickets to visit another world. And Marvel's power level fluctuates a lot. I can win from Jonah Jameson to the Beyonder. It's not much different from the general Gacha that spans all fictional worlds. In 6 days I will have more cards. I need to assimilate the 2 I have now as quickly as possible. It will be my priority. Then I'll assimilate Miles, and think about whether to take a slot with Loki. Maybe it's better to wait and see what will come in the next Gacha. Focusing on other things, I will finally have the chance to test my Titan form and regeneration more deeply. Here in Brazil I have more space and more time. I'll try to cut off a finger or an arm tomorrow, and turn myself into a small Titan. I don't know how well I can handle it. I have to be prepared for the possibility of being seen. Maybe I should go now? Not tomorrow, I'll find a way. There's a lot of space with mountains out there. And the trees make this the perfect place to use D4C. I will train until I master out my few skills. I've been neglecting them for far too long. But I couldn't help it. I've been busy these days. Now I will study magic. How to imbue spells in objects. I feel it will be useful in the future, but it is very complicated. But what young person doesn't want to learn how to craft enchanted items? And it has great potential to combine technology with it. I know that in the short term won't change much, but the long-term benefits are absurd. I'm in a bottleneck trying to visit my own mind. No matter what I try or how much I meditate, I can't get into my inner world and start working on my more complex mental defenses. Do I need to have Esper, Psych, or magic powers? I know and feel that my mind is well guarded subconsciously, but I want to build my inner palace like the book says. It's so cool. Let's focus on what I can do, instead of what I can't do. 27, January 2004 Brazil, Northeast Region, Bahia, Chapada Diamantina. The sun is up and I'm stretching to start running. The activity on the farm started a long time ago. I would have left earlier, but my grandmother practically threatened me so that I would have to eat that third plate of cake. Not that I care, it was wonderful. Apim cake from my grandma, moi chef kiss. I usually leave without breakfast to run, but I don't plan on coming back early. Because I'm going to train with the excuse of exploring the farm. After finishing my stretch, I start running. I pass people at work, wave at them, stop by to chat a little with them. They give me their condolences if they don't have the opportunity previously. Others I ask about cool places I can visit. Most people talk about the waterfall, an interesting trail, a cave. It is not by chance that this region is a great tourist spot. There must be people at the waterfall, so I'll go to the forest trail. I quicken my step. After almost an hour running, I finally got where I wanted to be. The forest on my grandparents' property. It is full of jatoba trees, which can reach up to 40 meters in height. The ones here are usually between 15 and 20 meters. Perfect. I step inside and start moving more freely with my powers, using D4C to appear on a higher branch. And I'm jumping from there. It would be easier with Spider-Man powers, but I'll manage. Finally, I find what I was looking for, a part that ends in a deeper ravine, a clearing about 10 meters deep and 30 meters in radius. Probably soil erosion in the past. The terrain is rocky. I jump without hesitation. This is where I will have my first transformation. After a look into space, I see I won't have a problem. So I take my clothes off, leaving only my boxers. I set my smartphone in a corner to record, and take out the knife I had brought. I'll try to transform myself into the smallest possible version. I don't even know what it is. But I will. To complete the ritual, I obviously start singing Yowsi Big Girl. I cut my hand and I transform. When I center myself, I'm crouched down in the clearing again. But I realize I'm naked, and I don't have a penis. That's the most important. When my mind clears, I remember I was training my Titan transformation. I get up and see that my head doesn't go past the beginning of the clearing. I think I'm about 7 meters tall. It's not my limit. I feel like I can go over 100 meters. It's probably my minimum, similar to the cart Titan that is 4 meters. I've tried my best to be as small as possible, but it looks like I might become smaller, perhaps. Now, regarding my appearance, as far as I can see there is no deformity. Very human, no exposed muscles, but exposed bones. I have bony protrusions in several places, like on my ribs, elbows, and shoulders. I don't know about my face. I look at my smartphone, realize it's still pointed at me. And I start doing poses so I can observe my body later. Now it's time to test my skills. First harden, and it comes naturally with the skin on my arm hardening and darkening. Then it crystallizes. It looks so much like the hardening of the armored Titan at first, in that a layer of armor, the shade darker than my skin, covers my arm. As for the crystallization that the other Titans usually use, removing the armor, I brace myself and moves to wall of the ravine. And punch it. A large crater opens, but my hand is destroyed. And it starts to regenerate almost instantly. Strength and regeneration tested. After that I test my fingers and teeth. They are extremely durable like the ones on the jaw Titan. In fact, all my teeth look sharp and exposed from the mouth. But I can only tell by touch. After that it's time to test the strongest of them all. The Titan Warhammer, which can form any object with its hardened Titan substance. I close my eyes and imagine my body being enveloped in this. White armor begins to cover my body. The Titan skills are coming very naturally. After that I start to form various objects like swords, hammers, and even more complex structures like character statues. They didn't come out perfect, but apparently I'm good. And Hector don't know, but he is very good with using his powers in general. This factor is the result of the gacha giving the possibility of using everything without problem, Batman control over his own body and Hector natural and hidden talent in using superpowers. He can be considered a genius in this, a natural, and is only showing now. After several tests I want to get off the Titan. I kneel and struggle to get out. I have to locate my real body at the back of my nape and wish to regain control of it. With that I make the back of my neck open and emerge from the neck of my Titan form. Parts of the musculature are still attached to my body, like my cheeks and arms. Before I completely withdraw, I decide to try moving my Titan body like this. It's difficult, but possible. Like a mecha. I can make my Titan arms move and even make my Titan body to get up. But it lacks precise control. It's better to be fully fused with the Titan. After I completely exit, steam begins to emerge from the body in greater quantities. I try to get one last look at the face. Very human. Long black hair, teeth sharp and exposed, with the canines protruding more. Very cool. After it completely dissolves, I approach where it was before and collect different substances that are the result of my hardening. Crystals and others. I'll study it later to see if it has my genetic material and consequently a danger for me to let it drop anywhere. Depending on the outcome, I won't be able to use my Titan form carelessly. In fact, I never intended to use it in fighting. I find it useful just for the regeneration and the possibility to say, fuck it, and nuke my enemies in case of a desperate situation. Very American of me, by the way. Then I'll go check my smartphone. Finally looking from a third-person perspective to my Titan form. As I sit down, I decide to cut an on my calf. A very long cut. And don't transform. Okay. I did it. I won't have any accidents in case I cut myself. Steam starts to come out of the cut and it closes almost instantly. I want to cut off one of my limbs to confirm, but I think better of this. The limbs have fingerprints and obviously genetic material. What will I do with a severed hand of mine? Bury probably. But someone can find, a dog sniff and dig up. This could bring complications. My paranoid side will rest better knowing that no part of my body is lying around. Thank you very much. I still have 2 hours until lunchtime. For some reason I decide to meditate. I feel it will be a good idea. Breathing in and out. Then it happens, I can finally enter my inner world. In my mind. The view is a night sky. The world is covered in water, like an endless lake that reflects the night sky, with few stars. There are a few clouds in the sky too. But the main thing is the big beam of light on the horizon. Like a big tree made of energy. I see, it is similar to the paths of the subjects of Emer. Only instead of sand it's a big lake. Now I understand why I can finally access it. It's my knowledge about my abilities, the knowledge about myself. Previously I was afraid of making a mistake, so I was cautious in using my powers. But now I have a good idea of what I can do. How can I visit my own mind, my inner world, without knowing myself? Feels good to learn. After lunch, too much by the way, Grandma, you know, I catch a ride with my grandfather to visit the city. He's going to meet some of his friends. They have a tradition of getting together in a bar, drinking and talking about their lives, and that of other people who pass by. Watching soccer also when it's on TV. I have another objective. I will take a walk around the city and visit certain establishments. I have things to do and things to buy. Are you sure that you want to take them off? The dentist asks me while I sit in his dental engine. My teeth are good enough, I will put them back in the future. I just want to escape my other dentist in New York. I lie. My teeth had improved a lot, and they were being hurt by the dental braces. I know they are now doing more harm than good. I know my teeth will get perfect over time. So I'll take off my braces right here, with someone who doesn't know my dental historic. So as not to be suspicious of my so rapid improvement. Okay, if you insist. But I have to say, with time you teeths can go back to their previous positions. I advise to find a dentist trustworthy and to finish your procedure. The dentist talks helpfully to me. Thanks, Doc. I will. I lie again. Dentist never again. soldering gun and station, oscilloscope, multimeter, solder remove, hot glue gun, rotary tool, drill and power supply. That will be everything, the clerk at the electronics store asks. Yes. And I will pay with this card. Is accepted here? I respond by giving the card. I'm walking around town buying everything that might interest me. I'm going to start working with electronics. I have a long way to go to build my own Batcave-like hideout. I also bought some fabrics and leather, metal belts and compartments. I intend to make my own utility belt. After I buy everything I think I need, I'm meeting my grandfather and friends at the bar. I spent the rest of the afternoon drinking Coke, playing pool, gossiping and hearing histories of the past. With that I have a routine, training, eating, spending time with my grandparents, working in my utility belt. I am completely focused on extracting as much of my abilities as possible. With this, days later I finally complete the assimilation. Exactly on February 1st, I finish assimilating Funny Valentine and Batman. It took more than 10 days to assimilate these two. I felt better than ever. And it was at the best possible time. I'll use Gacha to get 40 cards and see who's next. On February 4th, Friday, I will return to New York. And I will return much better than leaving. It's time to Gacha. Second Gacha disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Act like you trust people, but do not. New York, unknown place. He is where? The overweight man exclaims furiously into the phone as he stands up and starts pacing nervously in circles. How can he leave the country like that? He is a minor. And why was I not informed? On the other end of the phone line, you can hear a voice patiently explaining to the first man. Mr. Bellucci, Hector is already 16-year-old. He can travel unaccompanied and without authorization. He left immediately after the funeral for a second funeral with his paternal grandparents' family. There is nothing wrong with that, but if he doesn't come back, Darrow? What if he decides to live in that third world country in the woods? I will have nothing. You will have nothing. Alexander, Hector's uncle exclaims, making a shower of saliva and his face turning red. That would be unfortunate. But now it's out of our hands. Mr. Hector has a dual nationality and is off American soil. There's nothing we can do, lawyer Leopold Darrow still responds in a calm voice. No, that can't. I want him back. I want him on my tutelage. How can we bring him back? The deal was him under my guardianship, Darrow. I remember the deal. But it's impossible to force him back. He is with his direct family, his grandparents, and only his own decision can move him. Let's forget about the deal. Unfortunately, we didn't gain anything from the circumstances, but we didn't lose anything. Darrow concludes he is the family's lawyer. He works to all of Bellucci family. Although Alexander Bellucci had approached him offering a large sum if he could make him Hector's legal guardian and he had accepted, now his hands were tied. This can't dash. You know what? Forget about that. Sometimes things aren't meant to be, right? Alexander says as he abruptly calms down, I have things to do now. Have a good night, Doe, he says goodbye ending the call. Likewise, Mr. Bellucci, is the last thing Alexander hears before he presses the button to end the call. Bam, damn it. That can't do. My neck is on the line here. Alexander slams his hand furiously on the table. Lawyer Darrow doesn't have all the details. He is unaware of Alexander Bellucci's involvement with the death of Carvalho couple. He doesn't know about the deal with the Kingpin and consequently doesn't know about the ultimatum Alexander have received. There's no need for Darrow to know these things, he just needed to do his job. Hand over the brat's guardianship to me. So before he came of age he was going to have an accident and all my problems would be solved. But then Darrow brought to Alexander's attention the possibility of Hector living in Brazil, which forced him to move forward with his plans. Informing and asking the Kingpin for help again, the little invasion on the Carvalho residence was planned. But it was never carried out. The men who were supposed to do the dirty work apparently died to a vigilante or in a gang fight in the night of the act. And Hector left the country the next day. So much bad luck is falling on Alexander Bellucci's head. I shouldn't go through all this. Alexander mumbles as he tugs at a few strands of hair. I should already own everything in the family. I'm the oldest. I am the one who have been working and giving my blood and sweat to the family patrimony, but that old man passes it all on to that bitch who spent years in that miserable country. Going native, forgetting about her family. He says, gritting his teeth. She comes back married and with a little runt in the hips. She comes to work in the family hospitals long after me. And she never cared about the management of the place. But in the end, she gets most of it. I can't accept this. I need to think of a way to bring the little bastard back and end his miserable life. And so all my problems will be solved. Alexander concludes in the darkness of his office. Brazil, Carvalho Farm Hector POV. It's the beginning of the night. My grandparents have already retired to sleep. Countryside people sleep and wake up early. All-day Valentine and Batman percentages stood at 99%. Only in the afternoon I passed the limit. It was a good feeling. Like a click in my body and mind. I decided to wait alone in my room to perform the new gacha. The small TV in my room is broadcasting news of an incident in New York. Apparently, the Mole Man tried to sink Manhattan Island, bringing the place underground or something like that. But he was stopped by the efforts of the Fantastic Four. Mole Man. This is a pretty obscure character. I need to be careful. It seems that all sorts of threats are out there in the world. And I don't know or remember half of them. Because of that I can't come to live in Brazil for a while. I need to stay close to the other heroes, in the center of the big events. It would be very unlucky for the world to end while I was chilling here in the calm place that is this country. Interestingly, Spider-Man also played a role in this incident. More by saving people who were almost killed by the earthquakes. But JJJ doesn't let the webhead be seen as a hero. So the credit goes to the Fantastic Four. But that just makes it clear that this world is quite different from the movies, where characters can't appear in someone else's movie. Who I think is even a meme in my last life. World is ending, hero when is not his movie. Chills, so many things could be happening right now. X-Men fighting Apocalypse, Secret Invasion, Ultron being made, Thanos killing half of a planet. And I'm here completely oblivious to it all. I need to get stronger, and my way is the gacha. Let's see what tools I will gain today to grow in the food chain that is this crazy world. 1/4, gacha points, 122, general gacha, in setting gacha, Marvel. 2/4, Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race, human character assimilation fully assimilated, funny Valentine, Batman in progress. Empty, summon characters, none powers, source of all living matter, dirt D's done dirt cheap, stand, equipped items, none others, chakra books, unstable molecule suit EDI biomech suit version 2.0, 3/4, non-used cards, characters Shago, Kim Possible, Flurkin, Pet. Marvel, Loki, Earth 199999/MCU, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Earth 1610, items, Sword of Actuation, Berserk, batch of heart-shaped herb, Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth 25271, neutralizer gun powers and abilities, made in heaven stand, JJBA, so, consumables, shonen setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month, power boost card, background customization card X05, 4/4, Siowa options, Siowa points, 450, simplified Marvel Siowa, I have 122 points. Today I will get 40 cards. I can't even imagine. I feel like I haven't even tested everything I've won, and it's true. I didn't transform into a 300-meter titan and I didn't even use the Sword of Actuation. But I'll have the whole month ahead of me to get used to my newfound powers. Plus a few days off until I get back to New York and my high school life. The changes in my appearance might raise a few eyebrows, but I haven't been seen by anyone there for over 2 months. So it should be okay to blame puberty. Being a loner has its perks now. Now it's time to roll. I take out my cell phone to do a ritual. It's simple, I put a song with remix. And I use gacha in the drop of the music. In the most sick part. Let's go. First group of 10. 1. Package, Arcane Jace, League of Legends, 2. 500 CP3. Manga, anime, novel, Japanese, gacha mode 4. Minecraft inventory 5. Power boost card 6. Power boost card X027. Huntress, Helena Bertinelli. DC Comics, 8. Weakness removal card X039. Movie setting travel ticket 10. Superpower store scene. Again, no one or nothing too strong. But there are very useful things. There are more consumables. The first item is the Arcane Jace package. Wait a minute. It's not Jace from the Arcane series. It's Jace with the Arcane skin from League of Legends game. That puts certain things in perspective. There are game skins that have very different backgrounds. I played with friends in the past life. And I still have my sanity intact, partially. And I know there are cosmic skins, Odyssey and others. And characters in this situation must at least be planetary level. Something to watch out for in the future. Taking as an example the character Lee Sin, one of my online friend was mono. Normally, Lee Sin is a monk who knows how to fight. Being very generous, you can level him up to Spider-Man. But with that Golden God skin or Lightning Dragon one, he sure is much stronger. I can gain different versions of characters, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker. Good to know. Different characters can have alternate versions. But what caught my attention the most was the manga, anime, novel, Japanese, gacha mode. Reading the description, I see that it's as I suspected, a new gacha mode that will only come with anime/manga stuff and general gacha consumables, apparently. That might be good. Narrowing down the options can help me gain something stronger. And I have the slightest thought that gacha gives me things that I have greater compatibility with. Or that I was more connected in my past life. Things came from JoJo and Shingeki no Kyojin, animes that I was hyped to watch the new seasons before being transmigrated. I got Batman because my parents died hours earlier, Miles because he's a teenager like me. I'm also a Berserk fan. Now I've gained things that have a little to do with me. Helena Bertinelli is a vigilante who hunts down criminal organizations and has a vendetta against the criminal underworld for the death of her parents. Sounds familiar? What I'm getting at is that if I use the anime/manga gacha mode, there's a great chance that the ones I like/watch or have compatibility with will come to me. I watched more shounen and seinen. I mean, there will be characters who fight. Hardly anything shoujo will come, I think. Come on, the chance is never 0. But I think there is a higher probability of winning things at my power level, may fluctuate higher or lower, and be related to my activities and actions. And maybe my hobbies. I will test the anime/manga mode. I use the card and see that the new option appears on the first page. 1/4, gacha. Gacha points, 92, general gacha, in setting gacha, Marvel, manga, anime, novel Japanese, gacha mode. Using 30 gacha points again I run the gacha. If I see good things, I'll use another 30 GP for another roll. Splitting half/half in the use of my GPs in anime/manga gacha and general gacha. 1. Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul, 2. Taketo Michiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba, 3. Power Boost Card 4. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid-tier/1 month, 5. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo, 6. Power Boost Card 7. Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Inen no Shiburai, 8. Diraus Kitchen Knife, Toriko, 9. Power Boost Card 10. Charlotte Katakuri, One Piece, wow. Katakuri? Serious? He alone has made it worthwhile. One of the strongest characters in One Piece. Genius fighter. He can use all types of haki masterfully. Damn. Worth it. It is apparently the top-tier card that is gained by rotating in groups of 10. And there are also good things like Michiro from Kimetsu no Yaiba, the most talented Hashira. And it's only from manga and anime that I know. I think my theory is right. Of course, I only read about 20 chapters of Inen no Shibutai and Hajime no Ippo. I had taken a break on reading a long time ago. But it's more shounen and seinen. No shoujo. It's also possible that it's because I'm in the world of Marvel. Something to compare is more like shounen/seinen than any other genre of manga. Damn. So many useful things. I will finish using all my GP and then I will catalog everything. I use more 30 GP for another anime role. 1. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. 2. Character Assimilation Slot 3. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle 4. Busujima Seiko, High School of the Dead. 5. Power Boost Card X026. Yagami Reito, Death Note. 7. Power Boost Card 8. Isabella, Yakusoko no Neverland. 9. Isekai Series, No. 10. Murasame, Akame J Kill. For characters? First time so many come. But all low level. Literally, all of them are baseline humans. Reito is a genius at least and Isabella too. Isabella haha, I can't help but laugh. Oh god. This gacha truly has a dark humor. I said before that gacha is more likely to give me cards that relate to my actions. I lived on a farm the last few days. I even helped out a little in the field. And I win Mama Isabella from Yakusoko at Neverland. Ahasha, I can't breath. Fan. The ones that no. Regaining my composure a minute later, I resolve to continue with the last roll. I will go back to general mode. The top tier card is apparently Akame's Murasame. Overpowered weapon by the way. But the things I got related to katanas, damn. I'm more of a longsword guy. Katanas are overrated. But Japanese people love their katanas. But eventually will be useful. Now, time to the last roll. Will be from the general gacha. 1. Power Boost Card 2. Custom Visual Powers Perk 3. 200 CP 4. Miss Militia Shard Power, Worm. 5. Imbue Card Mechanic 6. Power Boost Card 7. Helsing Hans 13mm Auto Anti-Freak Combat Pistol, Jackal, Helsing 8. Palantiri, Lord of the Rings, 9. M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs. Predator, 10. Package, Galen Merrick, Starkiller, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed. There's only one character this time. But it's the character. It's fucking Starkiller. Holy fuck. And is the package. That means. Lightsabers pshi, lightsaber sound effects. I have to put my hand over my mouth so I don't wake my grandparents with my laughter. Damn. I'm so happy. Today was a big win. Now it's time to analyze everything. Let's start with the characters. I1 Jace, Huntress, Takito Michiro, Miyata Ichiro, Charlotte Kakuri, Nagashika Hideyoshi, Busujima Seiko, Yagami Reito, Isabella and Starkiller. A total of 10 characters. Some are not very helpful like Miyata, Hideyoshi and Seiko. They are only human. One of them, Hideyoshi, has no talent. Seiko and Miyata are great fighters at least in boxing and kendo. Reito and Isabella are also normal humans as well, but they possess genius-level intellects and various talents. I will probably assimilate Reito and summon Isabella. She can be my Gorvness, as like Batman had Alfred as his butler. Huntress is also human, but she's from the DC world. One cannot underestimate any hero or villain there. She will be more useful summoned as well. Summon women only, huh? Hector? I'm starting to see a pattern here. Well, I'll probably summon Michiro or Jace. In fact, on a second thought, I'll just summon Michiro. Jace I will assimilate. He is also a technological genius. And I will gain his Hextech hammer. Michiro is from Kimetsu no Yaiba, the youngest Hashira and descendant of the family who can use sun breathing. I'm almost thinking in assimilate him too. But I can gain Yorichi, Tanjiro, or Kokushibo in the future. I can't assimilate them all. I need capable hands to help me. And the big wins of the night. Katakuri and Starkiller. Two powerhouses in their own right. Obviously, they're not planetary level or anything. But Starkiller is very close. If I get to 100% with them, no one who doesn't have godlike power can win against me in direct confrontation. Now, let's take a look in the items. Kaneki Mask. Ugh, well, not everything can be good. Special Fire Force uniform is almost a useless. Is not my style, but maybe I can study to make better fireproof vest. The D-Rouse knife is surprising good. I remember it. It's a kitchen knife made from the teeth of a super strong dragon-like creature, the D-Rouse in this case, and even Komatsu the wimpy chef sliced through an entire hall, making a fissure in the floor when he brandished it. Isekai series. Well, at least I will finally know what's written in Theseus thing. Palantiri from Lord of the Rings, a batch of crystals balls that allows me to communicate over long distances and has other uses like scrying and sea visions. Well, there's cell phones here, you know. There are 8 in total. It might be useful to not have my communication spied on by a third party. And now we come to the fun part. The Jackal, Alucard pistol from Hellsing and M41A pulse rifle from the Alien vs. Predator series. Damn, these things pack a punch. And since they came from Gacha, they will always have ammo. Maybe it's my American side talking, but I love big guns. It also has 2 powers that I can get right now. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle and Miss Militia powers. The 2 can be acquired with no problem. I thought that maybe there would have complications like with the stand Made in Heaven, because I'm not a demon and I don't have the Miss Militia card. But I can use right off the bat. In Miss Militia's case, I'm not gaining her shard, just her power. Or a copy of it. That's good. In the world of Worm, shards carry a lot of problems. It wouldn't be worth absorbing that power if that were the case. And about Demon Blood Art, despite the name, it doesn't seem to be restricted only to Kimetsu no Yaiba demons. Well, it's a very useful power. A pocket dimension as a base is excellent. And Miss Militia's power is very versatile. She has a semi-sentient blur of energy that can form ordinary weapons. Like a watered version of the Green Lantern ring. And damn, I've gained so many consumables, huh? Many things, and they look super useful. There's even an assimilation slot. And many power boost cards. Let's organize a little. Power boost card X10, and 1 more that I didn't use previously. 700 CP in total, weakness removal card X03, movie setting travel ticket, Superpowers store CYOA as shonen setting travel ticket, mid-tier / 1 month. With this one is 2 in total, but this is mid-level. Character assimilation slot, custom visual powers perk, imbue card mechanic first, the power boost card, CP and travel tickets. I already know what they are. Only now I have one of the tickets for a movie. The stay time is the length of the movie or 120 minutes. I choose. It might be an opportunity to spend years in another world training, but apparently I can't use Gacha during my stay with tickets. So that option is out. The weakness removal card, as the name implies, allows me to remove an inherent weakness from a card. If I win a Kryptonian or a vampire, I can use it to take away the weaknesses of race or powers. But I can't remove limitations. For example, Kryptonians still need solar radiation. But I will remove their weakness to kryptonite. I had such high hopes for the CYOA Superpower store, but the powers are low level at best and full of limitations. They would be strong in a world like of the boys, not here in Marvel. But there are some resistances that interest me. To poisons and mental attacks. I will look more carefully later. The jackpot for these consumables was the character assimilation slot. Now I have 3. Perfect. The other 2 are more or less useful. The custom visual powers perk allows me to change the appearance of my powers. Like a change from the visual effects of the powers I have. No change in strength. As an example, I can make energy attacks any color I want. It's good to have consistency. It would be annoying to look like a rainbow while I fight. I have to fight with style at least. And it can also help to disguise some things. To not be so obvious. I think if I use the Machi Machi no Mi, I won't need it to be a white sticky substance. Like cover my enemies in white stuff. Maybe it's not so bad if the opponent is a woman. This perk is not a vital thing, but it helps. Finally, the imbue card mechanic allows me to use a card in other people. Not useful to me now, that is worried about amassing personal power. But in the future, if I have a repeated card, I can use in a subordinate. Obviously, if I use it, I will only use it on summons from the gacha that I know they will be loyal. Or I can choose to use a character card in another character card that I have more affinity. I would be annoyed with someone like Issei by my side, but now if I receive 2 of them, I can use in someone that I like, giving they powers without having to deal with their annoying personalities. Can be a good reward system to my underlings in the future. And to no let weak cards became obsolete. Loyal weak people will have their chance. Now I have much work to do. Thanks for reading this far. I was very happy for all the positive feedback. I will try to answer everything that you guys comment. I hope you all enjoyed the chapter. And if you have any character, power, or item ideas that can be gained by gacha, I'll be happy to take notes. Also, if you have any obscure Marvel sagas or characters, something from a cartoon or comic you read a long time ago, you can give an idea. I can use it in the story. I want to write about beyond the MCU. Help me make a unique story. Thank you very much. Stay safe, you guys. All types of growth disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. We can't become what we need to be by remaining what we are. Oprah Winfrey, the first thing to do is absorb the cards that give abilities, and it's okay to absorb now. The character assimilation slot, custom visual perk, imbue card mechanic, Miss Militia shard power, superpower store, and the surprisingly OP Minecraft inventory. The Minecraft inventory is self-explanatory, a game-like inventory with 36 slots, and 9 of these slots can be used for quick access. Even staying floating in my line of sight if I want. And I just willed to the object be brought to my hand. Very useful. It's not even 10 p.m. yet, I can't resist. I'm going to escape to test my new skills in the forest. Leaving my room, I'm going to get a portable lamp and put it in my new inventory. The lamp enters with no problems. But returning to my room, I take the blanket and place it parallel to the wall with me in the middle. Using D4C, I already find myself in the forest where I always train. I can use D4C much better now that I've fully assimilated Funny Valentine. In fact, I feel like I can go to other universes too. But I see no reason to test it now. When I focus on that power, I can see the ramifications of the multiverse and the places I can go. But I cannot, with just one look, judge whether that universe is good or bad. Crazy shit could be happening there. Better not to risk it. Doctor Strange, in the last movie I watched, said that the multiverse is a concept about which we know frighteningly little. Better not go traveling and encounter a universe dominated by null or something. Taking the lamp out of the inventory, I decide to change location and go to the waterfall for the first time. After about 10-15 minutes of running between the trees, I find myself in an open place with the constant sound of water falling. The Carvalho Farm waterfall is not one of the highest. I believe it must be between 40 or 50 meters. But seeing it up close, you can't help but be impressed. The crescent moon in the sky illuminates the open space and reflects in the water, giving more luminosity than I expected. I move to a nearby rock that can double as a chair, place the portable lamp on the ground, and open the gacha screens to start using the cards. I will assimilate the strongest characters first. 1/4. Gacha points. 2. General gacha. In setting gacha, Marvel, manga, anime, novel, Japanese, gacha mode. 2/4. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race. Human character assimilation fully assimilated. Funny Valentine, Batman in progress. Charlotte Kotkuri, 0.2%, Starkiller-0.3%, Miles Morales, 0.6%, Summon Characters, None Powers, Source of All Living Matter, Minecraft Inventory, Miss Militia Power Shard, and I decided to leave only separate powers, instead of listing all the characters' powers. That's why I removed D4C. So it's fair to consider that if the character has a power, so does the MC. Or at least has the potential to have it, depending on the percentage of assimilation. Perks, custom visual powers, imbue card mechanic equipped items, none others. Chakra Books, Unstable Molecule Suit, EDI Biomech Suit version 2.0, 3/4, non-used cards, characters, Shago, Kim Possible, Flurkin, Pet, Marvel, Loki, Earth, 199999/MCU. Package, Arcane Jace, League of Legends, Huntress, Helena Bertinelli, DC Comics. Takito Muchiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo, Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul, Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead, Yagami. Light, Death Note, Isabella, Yakusoko no Neverland, Items, Sword of Actuation, Berserk, Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb, Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth 25271, Neutralizer Gun, Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul, Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Inen no Shibutai, D-Rouse Kitchen Knife, Toriko, Ika Series, Naruto, Murasame, Akame J Kill. -13mm Auto Anti-Freak Combat Pistol, Jackal, Helsing. Palantiri, Lord of the Rings, M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs. Predator, Powers and Abilities, Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, So, Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle Consumables, Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Low Tier /1 month, Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid Tier /1 month, Power Boost Card X11, Background Customization Card X05, Movie Setting Travel Ticket, Weakness Removal Card X03, 4/4, Siowa Options, Siowa Points, 1150, Simplified Marvel. Siowa, Superpower Store C. I'm finally assimilating people with superhuman physical capabilities, no wonder the percentage starts so low. I decided not to absorb the Infinity Castle power after reading the description. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle, using a room of at least 4m x 4m x 4n as a base, the user can use this ability to grow infinite other rooms or spaces connected with the base space. The user also possesses dominion over the space, being able to manipulate and alter it at will. The user can also spawn portals at any location to transport people outside the fortress or to anywhere within it. So I need a place to start my Infinity Fortress. I will probably use my basement. But I also don't know if I need to keep concentrating all the time to make the place grow. If so, it would be better to delegate to a subordinate. Anyway, I won't use it now, so will stay as a card for the moment. Now bringing my attention to the items in front of me. Ooh, after having used the character's cards, because in the case of Starkiller it's a package, I now have some of his robes and even Starkiller Sith armor on hand. Very cool by the way. And not 1 or 2, but 4 lightsabers. 2 reds and 2 blues. Haha, oh my god. I almost have a nerdgasm. Picking up 2 lightsabers, I light them up. Kpish, is there anything cooler than that? I begin to sway in the air, testing and feeling familiarity returning to my body. Undoubtedly Starkiller card in effect. Z1 in. This isn't lightsaber noise, just the MC mouthing OUE and being retarded. I switch the grip mode to a reverse grip. And stab the lightsaber into the rock I was sitting on previously. It passes smoothly like a stick in wet sand. Okay, let's stop fooling around, otherwise I'll be here all night with just the lightsabers. Storing all of Starkiller things in my Minecraft inventory, I shift my attention to testing the abilities I've gained from the cards. Let's start with the Force. I close my eyes, trying to feel the Force. It comes naturally to me. I don't think this universe has a Force, but I can use it without any problems. as if I had a force seed in myself instead of having a connection with an exterior form of power. Good to know this. There's no speed force in Marvel, so if I gain the Flash I won't have any problems. And I won't have to worry about other people getting access to my powers that come from external dimensions. I'm talking to you. Opening my eyes and exhaling, I place my hands in front of my body and push. The waterfall stops and starts to rise. Am I Shiryu? I didn't expect to be so strong at first. Starkiller is too OP. But my control is missing. I'm not gently leading the water from the waterfall through the air. The water is exploding upwards, and in various directions as if the water is slamming into an invisible wall. Stopping using the force, I relax my shoulders and watch the waterfall return to normal, and the water in the air begins to fall like a small rain. Continuing with my tests, I try to use force lightning, but to no avail. I try other tricks and special moves I've seen in games, like condensing the force on myself and release like a omnidirectional blast, but no success again. I think the percentage is too low, huh? Come to think of it, I could use D4C from the start. But a low percentage doesn't just mean less strength in the powers, it means that some powers and more complicated techniques are impossible to replicate. That's where training comes in. To speed up assimilation. To test the theory, I try to use hockey. I can feel something similar to the force. But I can't cover my body, my eyes with this. I shift my focus to Miles' card, and I can't use electricity or turn invisible either. I approach a tree and jump. I touch my hand into the bark of the tree and it stays there, glued to it. But basic skills is okay, huh? I start to climb Spider-Man style. When I reach the top, I sit on a branch that can support me and focus on my hand. Machi begins to be secreted from my hand. I move it from side to side. I make a ball, a rope, and then more ropes and start playing with my Machi manipulation. Machi no Mi is a paramecia. Kakuri can transform into Machi because he has awakened his devil fruit. I'm nowhere near replicating that feat yet. Controlling the Machi, I send it as fast as possible to a nearby tree. Bam, the tree is split in half. At least the strength is considerable. Speaking of strength, I jump off the tree and land on the ground with no problems. And I head towards the tree I just destroyed. I watch the lower half of the trunk, which is still rooted to the ground, and grab it with both hands and pull. The whole thing pops out of the ground like I'm pulling a carrot, not a tree much thicker than my torso. My physical attributes are already high. Higher assimilation percentages will give me more experience and control of the characters, and with this unlock new abilities and skills. There are probably techniques that have strength requirements too, which I haven't reached yet. As expected, looking at the fallen tree on the ground, I grab it with one hand and toss it into the river like a twig. I am much stronger. I hope I don't grow to 5m tall like Katakuri. After that, I reach the power of Miss Militia, the energy that can transform into weapons. The green blur thing comes out of my hand and becomes a Beretta M9, a military knife, AK-47, bazooka M1A1. Easy to use, very intuitive. While I'm at it, I'll try to change the look with my perk. I can also easily change color to red, yellow, pink. I can even put some effects like electricity running over the weapon or light particles. There is no change in power. Just visual, but it's cool anyway. After that, I decided to check the Superpower store COA more closely. There are several types of powers: physical, mental, kinetic, and even some items. The most expensive are 400 CP and the cheapest 100 CP. I think I'll just buy the resistances. It has resistance to poison, mind control, and others. The level is not very high. Someone much stronger can probably overcome these resistances. But it's a start. If I were on a lower level world, these powers would be cheats. As an example, it has a time control power. But it's pretty restrictive. I would make a bubble around me where everything would move at half speed. It would be more support than special move, only in a world like it. I just have the craziest idea. I look at a lot of my cards and think maybe it will work. If it works, I have the potential to become a powerhouse. I will need the travel ticket and lots of power boost cards. I will test it after I get back to New York. This plan in my head would solve a lot of my problems. But if I took a month off now, my grandparents would notice differences in my body. By the way, I was forgetting something. I walked to the river and put my leg in it, and a feeling of weakness rises through my body. Devil fruit weaknesses, huh? And I can't use my Machi Machi no Mi anymore. But I can use other powers without problem. So falling in the water is not game over for me. I can use other abilities to escape. But weakness isn't something that I want. I use a weakness removal card without hesitation. After that I put my leg back in the water and the weakness doesn't come anymore. And I can generate Machi without any problems. I don't know the limit, like there are natural weaknesses. Can I remove a firepower weakness against water? These are laws of nature. Probably just unnatural weaknesses like these from the werewolves, vampires and the like. I think I'll go back and do my daily meditation session. Steady and always. Improve my mental defenses. I want to know now the difference. After all, I have an individual force sensitive being assimilated. Next day, yeah, just like that. You press on the neck and pull the trigger, my grandfather instructs me. No, I'm not killing anyone. I'm helping to vaccinate the cattle on the farm. I don't need to put it in a vein or something? I ask. No. Any place will do. The vaccine will be absorbed by the meat itself. He answers me. So wouldn't it be better to put it somewhere else that would hurt less? The neck is so fragile. I keep asking questions. That's true, but we need to make a little profit too, right? On the neck it prevents damage to the meat, such as bruises and abscesses. And it makes it difficult for the cow to access it, so it doesn't bite or lick to get infected. He responds, making a lot of sense. It's true, neck meat is the least valuable, so it wouldn't be a problem if it was damaged. It would be stupid to damage a more expensive place. After another hour in the routine, we are now returning home to the farm. We are on horseback. It is quite relaxing to ride a horse leisurely in nature. That group looked pretty bad. I comment, referring to the cattle that I just vaccinated. Those are sick, so they're in a separate area to avoid contaminating others, he replies. Isn't a cattle vaccine expensive? Is it okay to spend it on cattle that might not survive? I ask, a little surprised. In large quantities, vaccine is expensive, yes. And half of that group won't survive, he replies to me with a sigh. But I'm not doing this for the ones who will die, I'm doing this for the ones who will survive. They are fighting this harm that afflicts them. The least I can do is give each of them a chance, right? He wisely responds to me while smiling. I think you're right, Grandpa. I reply after a while. Give everyone a chance, huh? After a comfortable silence, my grandfather resumes the conversation. So, did you think about what your grandmother and I offer? You can live with us if you want, he says, looking straight ahead. I thought, and I still think I need to get back to New York. I answer. This has been a more or less frequent topic of discussion. My grandmother being the most vocal in wanting me here. Right, he just says. Only that? Aren't you going to try to convince me or something? I ask, a little surprised. I hope you're not taking it personally, grandfather. I love you both. But there are still things to do in New York. I hope you understand. I try to explain myself. Don't worry, I'm not feeling hurt, if that's what you're worried about. He says, laughing out loud as he approaches with the horse to grab my shoulder. I don't know about all of your circumstances, my son, but I trust that you'll make the best choice. In USA you will have more opportunities, better education. The little bird needs to leave the nest at some time, he says, smiling. I just want to say two things. The first is that if you're tired, angry, depressed, those things, you can come here anytime. Our doors will always be open to you, my son. He says, seriously, looking into my eyes now. And the second is a little piece of advice. He begins. Look at this whole place. Big, huh? He turns to the farm, opening his arms. I nod. I can't keep this place alone. Many people help me here, your grandmother, my employees, friends. I understand you better than you think, Hector. You're like your father, you like to do things alone. Keep it to yourself and work on it internally. He looks at me again. And he is not wrong. But if you want to have great achievements, you're going to need help. He concludes. You didn't tell us anything about any friends or girlfriends in New York, so you probably don't have anyone you trust with your eyes closed there, right? He continues, Bullseye. I want you to open up a little more to people. At least try to find someone who can watch your back. You will be alone a world away from us. That's why your grandmother worries so much. And we, in our simple lives, can't even imagine the problems of a big city like New York. He finishes, looking deeply into my eyes. Sigh, I understand his concern. Unfortunately, there are things I cannot share. There's only one thing I can talk about right now. I will try, Grandpa. Can't promise any success. But I will try. That's all I need to hear, Hector. He says, smiling relieved. After a comfortable silence, he opens his mouth again. Race home? Whoever wins gets more of grandmother's cake. He asks, starting to accelerate his horse and laughing out loud. Not the cake, your old fox. It's an old man, I accept the challenge. He bursts out laughing and darts forward. Damn cowboy, I lose that race badly. But my grandfather didn't mind me eating as much cake as he did, even though he won the race. Unknown place in the 9 realms. In a brightly lit room, a blonde woman in a green dress that does not hide her impressive curves is lying on a comfortable couch. She is reading an old and thick book that is floating. And from time to time small exotic fruits float into her mouth from a bowl nearby. If anyone from Earth were to observe this room, the first thing they would think is a movie set for a Harry Potter movie or something like that. On one wall are books old and incredibly thick. On another wall are items that wouldn't be out of place at a Renaissance fair. There is also a huge painting of the same woman on one wall, exposing her narcissism. Don't you know it's not elegant to sneak into a lady's chambers? The woman asks, apparently to nothing. But at the same time she shoots a beam of green light from her fingertips in a seemingly random direction. Before the beam reaches the wall, however, it is dissipated by an invisible force. And is it a good form of greeting to cast a spell on a guest? A male voice reveals itself along with a tall man with long black hair that reaches his shoulders, also dressed in green, but with golden highlights. If you're the guest, Loki, now get out. The woman speaks without even giving a glance at the man who identifies himself as Loki, the god of mischief. That's it? We can't even have a little chat? It's been so long since we've seen each other, Amora. Loki is unfazed by Amora's unfriendly attitude. Nothing from you can be good, Loki. You just destroyed my good mood for the day. But I'm curious, where have you been these past few years? Since that incident with the frost giants, you and Thor have disappeared from Asgard. Daddy ground you boys? Amora asks, looking at Loki for any reaction. Loki's smiling face only changes for a fraction of an instant, but he soon resumes his smile and answers back. Worried about your dear Thor? I thought you would have gotten over it by, how many were there anyway? 300 rejections? Loki says, feigning innocence. Get out. I don't know what kinds of tricks or schemes were formed in that twisted god of mischief head of yours. But I want nothing to do with you. Amora angrily exclaims. The neglect she receives from Thor has always been a sore spot in her mind. Her, the most beautiful woman of all 9 realms. Rejected by a man. She and Thor are meant to be together. Strength, beauty, status. The two combine perfectly. What if I say that my tricks and schemes can give you what you crave so much? Thor. Loki replies with a sweet voice. I'm listening. Amora speaks after a moment. Loki gave his first real smile since he walked into that room. Hello guys and gals. I read some comments and reviews and will address a few things here. Some people will complain that the last chapter was just an internal monologue. Well, there wasn't much he could do when he was thinking about his options. But I've listened to you and I understand that it can get pretty boring, so I'll try to add more dialogue. And if it's not possible, I'll try to switch to other POVs like Loki and Amora at the end of this chapter. I saw a review that the story is incomprehensible. English is my third language, BS is really that bad. Damn, I'm bad. I will try to study more. And about the Resley schedule. I'm on vacation for now. That's why I write as much as I can. But I think I'll stick to 2 chapters a week. Try 4K words per chapter. I need to research plots and characters too. I think that's all. Thank you for all the love. I know the story is not perfect, but I was happy to post and see how many people liked it. Thank you very much. Till next time. Arriving and leaving again. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. I don't have time to worry if it's right or wrong. You can't hope for a horror story with a happy ending. Aaron Yeager. And do you know what the secret ingredient is? My grandma asks as I help her stir the cream to a dessert. It's a double-decker, vanilla and chocolate confection. And it is necessary that the two are mixed simultaneously for the consistency to be perfect. You're not going to tell me it's love, are you, Grandma? I send it back playfully while rolling my eyes. Because if it is, I'm sure it's going to get bad with me mixing this. My spider sense warns that something is coming towards my head at high speed, but I don't dodge. It is not necessary. If, no, you silly, she says, putting back the cloth she uses to smack me on her shoulder. You add a little guava jam between the 2 layers. It is used to stick and leaves a good aftertaste in the mouth, even after you finish eating. I see, I say, concentrating on moving my part. Clockwise, constant speed, wooden spoon at a 60 degrees angle. The edges scrape the bottom to avoid sticking, spider sense flaring, PAF, no need to concentrate so much, you're not defusing a bomb. She says, putting the cloth back on her shoulders again. Not everything needs such precise instructions, Hector. You have to feel. She says, advising me. I don't have all that talent for listening to the voice of ingredients. I'm concentrating so I don't mess it up, I reply, knowing the Toriko reference will go straight through her head. It's not talent, just practice. When you do something often, it becomes natural. You don't have to think so hard. She tells me. But, you said something about love before, she says, raising an eyebrow. Have you had any experience there in New York? Did some girl break your heart? Why don't you vent to your dear grandma here? She makes a barrage of questions, smiling. I stop. Is that why you called me to mix this up? To lock me in here and ask about my love life? Damn it. She's good. What can I do? If you avoid my questions like the devil from the cross when I ask about your girlfriends, she says, shrugging her shoulders. There are no girlfriends, grandmother. I say, rolling my eyes. And there's no one you're interested in? She persists. If you want a serious answer, in my high school has some interesting girls. Gwendoline Stacy, Liz Allen, Betty Brandt. The 2 MJs. 2 MJs? She asks, confused. Mary Jane and Michelle Jones. Those 5 would be the only ones I would be interested in. And why don't you make a move on these girls? She asks curiously. Gwendoline have a crush in an acquaintance, and he has a crush on her back. MJ1 and Liz are from a group I don't want to get involved in. The jocks. Sigh, just remembering that I'm going to have to get involved with these guys again. Maybe I should give Flash Thompson a beating for a smooth school life. I'm the bigger man. I don't need to bully him back. What about Michelle and this Betty? My grandmother asks, seeing that I was silent for a second without continuing. Betty is too normal and MJ2 is annoying, I just say. Well, Hector, I think you need to take more chances. No girl is perfect, you can try with one at least. Relax. A little experience will help you. She says, I gasp exaggeratedly, Grandma. Are you telling me to have fun with women, fooling around? Be a player? I ask, scandalized. That's not what I meant. She responds, outraged. You already said, you can't take it back. Now I will fall into the path of depravity. And if someone asks me, I'll say that my grandma instructed me. Spider sense again? TFPFPAF, Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. I did not say that? And if you go around spreading your bullshit and falling into the path of depravity, you'll find yourself having to deal with me, she replies, accentuating each word with an onslaught of her powerful dish towel. I must have heard things. Sorry, Grandma. I say, calm her down. After that we had a good laugh. And we finished the dessert. As I look out the window, I wonder what I'm going to do when I get back to New York. I'll be back tomorrow. It's been 2 days since the last gacha and only Miles has reached 10%. Progress is much slower than I expected. The cards I'm assimilating are people with a lot of superhuman abilities. Valentine and Batman are only human in body. Valentine has his stand and Batman has all that experience and knowledge. But normal humans in body. I feel like everything Batman knows is here in my head, but I still need to re-experience it in order to use it effectively. Knowledge usually comes during sleep or study. It has been a strange feeling to study languages. I start, and it feels like I'm relearning. I see a car engine, and I remember about the name and functionality of all the parts, and better ways to fix or boost the car. I thought the knowledge would already have been implanted in my mind when I got to 100%, but I think it's a defense mechanism to my mind. This redundant way of giving me theoretical knowledge is to protect my sense of being apparently. After all, I don't have any memories of banging Catwoman or individual fights with the Joker. But I know how to fight naturally. And it looks different with powers. I have to do it the hard way. So I finally plan on using a travel ticket when I get back. Before high school starts, of course, so my grandparents can't see the possible changes in my body. And new people will only have a reference to myself from months ago. I will use the ticket on Sunday, the day before high school. I will spend Friday traveling. And Saturday I'll get ready, arranging things to put in my inventory and take away. The plan I have in mind is morally dark gray. No, is downright villainous. I can't fool myself or make excuses. I will act like an asshole if the plan works. But there is a possibility that in the end I can redeem myself. But there are so many ifs that it's not even funny. I will do things for my maximum benefit. I don't have the luxury of thinking too much right now. For all I know, Galactus can arrive today. What do you think about so much? My grandmother speaks, catching my attention. Think? Can't I just be watching the scenery? I respond by deflecting. No. When you think about complicated things, you have the habit of putting your index finger and thumb on your chin and supporting your elbow with the other hand. I find myself taking both fingers off my chin. I hadn't noticed, I say slowly. I was thinking about the future grandma. She doesn't say anything, just watches me, waiting for me to continue. I was thinking about graduating early, to get into college, and I really will. In this world it is much more common. I remember there was a character here who entered the MIT with 10 years. Riri Williams, the Iron Heart Mary Sue. I can't advise you on that, my dear, she begins. Personally, I would like you to make friends your age. Make the most of your youth. You won't get it back, you know. I understand what she means. Makes sense. But I think I'll go for it anyway. I feel like I'm wasting my time in high school, so I look at the watch on my wrist. The last gift from my parents, and time waits for no one. Looks like you've already made up your mind. I hope you are sure of that, my dear. She says, giving me a kiss on the cheek and walking away. I don't think she liked my idea very much. My grandmother has a view that my happiness is connected with my relationships with other people. She is not wrong. But I have bigger concerns right now. Cursed with knowledge? Ha, Thanos? Now I understand. I would like to be blessed with ignorance too. Next day, do you have everything? Don't forget anything? My grandmother asks before I go to take the bus to the airport. No, Grandma. I have everything. I answer. Today I return to New York. I'm scheduled to arrive only for the night. The stay here was good. But vacation is over. Oh my dear, I will miss you so much. My grandmother says, hugging me tightly, with a hint of tears in the eyes. You can come back anytime, you know? Yes. I will come visit you guys when I have the chance. I answer. My parting with my grandfather is much more rigid. He pats me on the shoulder and wishes me a good trip. Looks cold, but that's his style. I'm used to it. I know that he cares. After one last wave, I board the bus to the airport. It will be hours and hours sitting and confined. This time I will have something to study. I am currently finishing relearning Japanese. So easy, a few hours and I'm already learning a language. Batman assimilation for the win. Huff finally home. How can stand still be so tiring? I trained and trained every day. With a maximum of 5 hours of sleep, sometimes much less, and I never felt this tired. I think because of Cart Titan power, which has high amount of stamina, and Batman himself. But this trip has tired me mentally that I just want to drop in the bed and not think about anything else. Today's is Friday. Tomorrow I will look for things I need for my trip to the world of anime. Ending up texting Aunt Chris, Foggy and Matt. Telling them that I'm in New York. And I go do my daily meditation to end the day. Saturday fabrics, spray paints, food, medical kits, multi-purpose ferments and many others. I personally went to buy all these things. Home delivery isn't used much on this year. So it would take too long, especially on the weekend. When I get home, I start working on my costume. The base is the unstable molecule suit that I bought at Gacha. I complement it with my newly developed utility belt. My utility belt is thick with 12 evenly spaced cylinders. Each cylinder is 1 inch in diameter and can hold small things like smoke bombs, transmitters, pills, syringes, trackers, and others. Between each cylinder is a compartment for bigger things like my smartphone, shurikens, and small weapons. Other than that, I'm wearing a black hooded cloak. I know. No capes. Sorry, Edna. But my cloak has functionality. At first he's sitting on my shoulders loose, so even if clings somewhere I can get away easily. Second, a cape has the effect of making you bigger and more intimidating. I know because of Batman uses this way too. Third, I can use D4C together with it like Valentine uses the American flag. Fourth, I can hide my body so the enemy doesn't know my next move. I can pull a weapon from my inventory or turn my hand into something with machi. Loose's clothes is to hide something. People who have nothing to hide prefer more form-fitting clothes. That won't get in the way. Fifth, pockets. I can put in multiple pockets. Pockets are great. I know I have an inventory, but you never have too many pockets. And also test Minecraft inventory. I can store huge quantities of raw material, but unique items are a problem. I spend a slot just for my smartphone or a gun. Like in the Minecraft game. Well, advantages and disadvantages, everything has some. Finishing with my costume, I'm going to paint my weapons. Using spray paint, I turn black various objects that I will use. Not because I'm edgy, but to not reflect light and give my position. My costume is basically black with some matte gray parts. Very Batman-like and not even on purpose. Today is the day. Time to use the travel ticket. I'll go early in the morning, so when I get back I'll have the whole day to rest. I don't know what situation I'll be back in. But the world I'm going to isn't difficult. If all goes well, I'll be back unharmed. Even if my primary objective is not accomplished, I will have a lot to gain there. The assimilation progress of my cards is very slow, more than 5 days and still at 10%. If it continues like this, it is from my experience that with higher percentages they take longer. It will take me at least 3 months to finish. I wonder if assimilating 3 at once is slowing the process down. Anyway, where I go I'll fight. And it will probably help me with assimilation. Besides that there are no gods or higher beings there to keep an eye on me. Time to let go little. Stops holding back. Suiting up, I use the shonen setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month, without hesitation, and choose the time and place to appear. Then, hey guys and gals. Next chapter will start the arc in an anime world. The MC is going to make big gains there. Let's talk a little about harem. First, I think it's a natural conclusion. When you can summon people of various fictions, so I believe that 95% would have some romantic relationship with some summons. This is not to say that the MC will only summon women and that all of them will be in his harem. I'll try to make it work, make sense, and be realistic. It will be a slow process. So you won't see any action for now. I also don't know if I'll add Marvel girls in the middle. I think is improbable. For them to be okay with sharing, they would have to have very unique senses of value. Like aliens, gods, queens. Also on the invocations, I'm working on them being loyal and still keeping the personality. I don't want it to be total mind control. Each summon will have their own personality and will be loyal, but they will also have their own ambitions and goals, which will not bring any harm to the MC. For example, someone evil might try to influence the MC to dominate the world. Someone good would try to inspire him to do good things. But relax. The MC is not easily manipulated, and he will be careful about summoning. Now I also saw some comments that the MC progressed too fast. Well, I don't agree. The initial premise of the series is that the Gacha Essence was OP. And I won't regret it and nerf the MC. Never. But I want you guys to know that the power levels of the world he is in are comic-like ridiculous. He will be OP, but not invincible. With Prepare maybe he is? Batman bullshit, you know? But even with the upgrades he will receive on this trip I can think of several Marvel characters that can face him head-on. They are in the MC's world, hidden and can have conflict with him at any time. I'll list some. Apocalypse, Selene Galio, High Evolutionary, Blue Marvel, Ms. Marvel, Hulk, Very Angry, Thor, with full memories, and many others. Not to mention in other dimensions and space. Mephisto, Odin, Gladiator. What I mean is the MC will have no problems with low-level characters. He will destroy them. The real enemies will be the top tier. So don't worry he's getting stronger too fast. That's all for now. Until later. World of Heroes and Villains. Part 1 Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. They call certain methods of fighting good and others evil, acting as if there were some nobility to the battlefield. Such illusions, perpetrated by heroes throughout history, have led countless young men to their bloody deaths, all for the sake of this valor and glory. Kiritsugu Amiya. Third POV. In an open space with several buildings, some intact and others destroyed, two groups are facing each other in two separate fights. The first fight is between a man in a suit and a black mask facing a tall, muscular, blonde man in a tight-fitting suit and predominantly colored with blue. The second fight is of a young man with spiky blonde hair dressed in black who appears to be avoiding several other individuals. The blonde duo appear to be at a disadvantage because of the numbers and because the muscular man in blue looks worried about the other young blonde. Unknown to the two groups fighting, their confrontation is being watched by two other groups. The third group is formed by 5 young people, 4 men and 1 woman, and they seem to be discussing a plan to break the deadlock of the first 2 groups. The fourth group is made up of just 1 person, a figure in black, with a hood and a cloak with 2 openings in the front, resembling a big poncho. Not even a millimeter of the figure can be seen through its wide cloak. This figure watches all 3 groups patiently from the top of a nearby building. He doesn't show any surprise when a large iceberg suddenly appears and 3 of the youths from the third group fly over the battlefield to rescue the blonde youth. The hooded figure's eyes, if anyone could see it, are focused on the 2 left behind. One of them created the ice platform and the other is the only female in the third group. As the 2 begin to walk away from the battlefield in the opposite direction, the hooded figure follows them, pulling out a futuristic-looking gun seemingly out of nowhere. Todoroki Shoto POV, let's go Yaoyorozu. We did everything we could, we broke the rules, but in the end I believe it was for a good reason. Without our interference, Bakugo would eventually be captured and put All Might at an even more disadvantage. I will accept any punishment when this is all over. Do you think that everyone is going to be okay? Yaoyorozu asks me as she follows me closely. Now we can only trust that Bakugo will manage to escape safe and sound and that All Might will defeat the leader of the League of Villains. I answer looking around. I think we're already at a safe distance. That's when it happened. Faster than Yaoyorozu and I could react, we were hit by 2 energy attacks almost simultaneously. I instinctively throw myself towards Yaoyorozu to protect her from any subsequent attacks. But nothing else comes. Todoroki-kun, are you okay? Yaoyorozu asks me in alarm. I'm fine. Actually, I don't feel anything wrong. And you? I ask back. And I'm really fine. Did the attack miss? Was it harmless? No, it must have some effect that I don't know about yet. Yaoyorozu, stay alert. The attacker is still out there. Did you take any damage? Check the effect of the attack. I speak seriously while taking cover and looking around. I don't feel any different, Todoroki-san. Wait, my quirk. She starts to say in alarm. Can't use your quirk? A voice asks coming just a few feet away from us. How did he approach without being noticed? I was fully alert. Wait. Did the last attack affect our quirks? Trying to summon ice or fire from my hands, nothing comes out either. This is bad. You can't use it either, right? The figure slowly approaches and now I see that it is a person wearing a hooded cloak. That is great. I mean, my theory was right. The chance of success of my primary objective has increased considerably now. The figure keeps saying to itself, "What goal? Who are you?" I exclaim, trying to buy time and signal for Yaoyorozu to flee. One of us needs to warn the heroes about this secret enemy. He can change the course of battle if he has a quirk like Aizawa-sensei's. This is just only myself to know and you guys to figure out. Now I'd appreciate it if you guys don't resist while I capture the 2 of you. I don't want to hurt any of you. The figure says, approaching. Yaoyorozu now. I scream as I run towards the enemy. At least I'll buy time. Trying to be the hero, huh? Hang on. You really are. Well, anyway. The figure says, and a black mass starts to come out and expand under the mantle and towards us at an amazing speed. Wasn't his quirk an energy attack that suppressed quirks? Or does he have 2? I don't find the answer before being enveloped by the dark mass. From the corner of my eye I see Yaoyorozu suffering the same fate before losing consciousness. All Might POV, United States of Smez. Boom, it's over. It's finally over. My battle against All for One is finally over. Both my battle tonight and my lifelong war ended with that last smash. With that I finally rest. The League of Villains may have escaped, but without All for One they lost their head. We managed to buy time. With that I will be able to watch the little zygotes develop into complete heroes, which I know they will one day become. We can entrust the future to them. Well, that's embarrassing. I hear a voice coming from below me, but you blew a big hole with that last punch. There's nothing nearby for me to use to move around. This is your fault, All Might. Nice punch, by the way. I'm a big fan. A hooded figure emerges from between my legs. I see him move a hand towards the fallen All for One. An ally of All for One? I can't let him rescue him. Everything will be for naught. But I don't have the strength to move anymore. Move body. One for all. One last time. I don't move, All Might. I don't want you dead, the hooded man says as he points a long and jet black pistol at my face. If you force yourself, you could end up drop dead alone. You're pretty hurt, you know? Just be quiet there. After he says that, he removes the pistol from my face. But a restraining, invisible force wraps around my arms and legs, holding me in place. I'm being held telekinetically apparently. Is that his quirk? But how did he appear out of nowhere so close to me? Did he have another quirk given to him by All for One? I helplessly watch this new enemy place his hand on the head of the fallen All for One for a few moments and then withdraw. Haha, it works. I almost can't believe this. He starts to laugh to himself. I keep looking between this newcomer and All for One and realize the latter has stopped breathing. Did he kill him? Weren't they allies? What's going on here? Hector POV. I'm so glad that the main goal of coming to the world of Boku no Hero Academia was accomplished. It's so stupid and it worked. My plan needed to combine different cards. The idea started when I thought the superpowers given by the Superpower store CYOA would only be good in a low-level world like the Boys or BNH. And one of the higher-level powers, which costs 400 CP, allows you to copy a single power nearby. Power copying. You may copy one power within your range. You do not have to be aware of the power to copy it, but have no natural proficiency with it. You can only copy a power for up 72 hours. 1 kilometer range. As I said, this power would be mid-level in Marvel at most. But when I thought how useful he would be in other worlds, the idea popped into my mind. Before being transmigrated, I once thought while watching BNH, what if Monoma copies All for One and uses it to steal the original? And now I've just applied the same principle. And it worked. Using the travel ticket to come to this world during the All Might versus All for One fight in Kamino. The only moment that All for One is weakened, because from now on he will be in the safest prison in Japan. Only being released when he has a lot of advantage against the heroes. At the moment, due to the stealth of the operation to rescue Bakugu, few heroes were alerted. Students are not yet trained. Shigaraki did not overcome his psychological traumas, nor did he go through his metamorphosis. This is the ideal time to steal the All for One quirk. And even if I failed, the month I would spend in this world would be very beneficial. I could train, fight enemies with skills to increase the percentage of my characters, use my skills without fear because I'll be leaving in a month anyway, learn about technological advances like robotics, genetics, and others. And even look closely at heroes and villains and learn from them to future reference. And after apply it in Marvel. But everything went well. So after stealing the original and confirming it's in my Powers tab, I'll move on to the second part of the primary objective. Use my power boost cards in the All for One quirk. There's a chance that only works in things that I have gained through Gacha, but works. When I want to use the power boost card, the All for One quirk is in the upgradable options. I won't be stingy now. I will use all possible boost cards. When I finish using the 8th it happens. A prompt appear in my vision. All for One power broke the current limit. All for One power can merge with power copying. The two powers can fuse with X gene of host. Do you want to allow the process? Yes. No? What the heck? This is turning out better than I thought. I had already tested and confirmed that quirks, BNH, and mutations, Marvel, were similar when I used the neutralizer gun on Todoroki and Yayarosa before. The neutralizer gun is a weapon developed by Forge at Marvel and can temporarily suppress mutant powers. Quirks and mutations come from genetic material of that person. They are similar enough to work. Thinking about, yes, another prompt appears showing the changes. Power copying and All for One merging with X gene. The fusing of the two powers will awaken host mutation from origin universe. A new power has been awakened. Do you want to name it? Yeah, sure. Let's go with power manipulation for now. Rebooting power manipulation. Power manipulation became an epsilon level mutation. Power manipulation became a gamma level mutation. Power manipulation became a beta level mutation. Power manipulation became an alpha level mutation. Power manipulation became an omega level mutation. Secondary mutation of host awakening. Power manipulation. The user can manipulate, steal, copy, cultivate and bestow the supernatural properties in all beings that give them their powers, that are not inherent in their physiology. Secondary mutation. The user is resistant and has high adaptability to supernatural abilities and powers. From himself and others. Holy. Not Hope Summers. Not Apocalypse. Not Nate Gray. Not Franklin Richards. The mutant messiah is me, Hector. I can basically copy all of the superpowers of someone who doesn't come from their race. Like Kryptonians and Strontians. If someone has a power that isn't common to all their race, I can have it too. Makes sense. I can't copy a fish's ability to breathe in the water. It's not a superpower, from the fish's point of view. And do I also gain resistance if superpowers are used on me? Or I am resistant to my own powers? Like a mechanism to defend myself from my own powers. So that I don't self-destruct. It's kind of like a guy with super strength can punch and not destroy himself. Or not burn yourself with his own fire. Or not break himself apart when teleporting. This trip was totally worth it. I look at the corpse of All for One. I take all of his quirks. And many of them keep him alive. Sorry, but not sorry. Now I'm in the world where 80% of the population has powers, and with the ability to steal powers. It's like a buffet of all I can eat. Let's move on to the second best quirk. One for all. Spider sense tingling. This All Might POV. The newcomer stood still for a few seconds after he had killed All for One. I don't know what happened, but I feel his aura change. As his danger level increased several times. I can't move, but I can hear the wind cutting from someone approaching at high speed. Gran Torino. He's trying to sneaky attack the hooded figure. The figure appears distracted, looking straight ahead and standing still. So Gran Torino approaches through his blind spot behind the back of his head, but he is stopped as if he has received an invisible punch. Is it the telekinetic quirk again? Then the hooded figure reaches out and pulls Gran Torino towards him and grabs him by the head. But after a few seconds he drops him on the ground, and Gran Torino doesn't move anymore. Gran Torino! What did you do to him, villain? I exclaim. Villain? I think from your point of view I'm a villain. And I also think my actions are pretty vile anyway. I have no excuses. He mutters as if in deep thought. But I'm doing this for my own survival. I'm sorry, he says. And what bothers me is that he really seems to mean it. He doesn't have a sarcastic tone as if mocking my heroic ideals like that All for One constantly used. I want this to end with the least amount of damage possible, All Might. He says, but is interrupted again when Endeavor comes propelled towards him to punch him. A punch? I see. You can't use wide area fire attack because of All Might and the Old Man. But that was a serious mistake. He speaks as he turns towards Endeavor and redirects his punch in other direction while returning with an uppercut, sending Endeavor high into the air. Sorry number 2, but you have no place on this battlefield. I'm sorry, you are number 1 now. How does it feel to finally acquire what you've always dreamed of effortlessly? Allow me to be the first to congratulate you. The villain says sarcastically. This seems to annoy Endeavor, who after a mid-air maneuver to stabilize himself launches himself towards the villain again. Flash fire fist. Endeavor speaks while sending a pillar of flame towards the villain. But the villain defends himself by making a cocoon of a black substance. But he now has nowhere to escape. Endeavor will not stop sending fire, he will cook him inside this own cocoon. You didn't think I'd make such an amateur mistake, did you? The villain's voice comes from behind Endeavor. He really can teleport. Receive my first stand rush, saying that he starts sending a barrage of punches at Endeavor that seems to last forever. And when Endeavor is beaten enough, he opens his palm and sends out a pulse of air that sends Endeavor away. Dojian, I have things to do now. Go hit your wife or children, or something like that? He says as he looks at Endeavor flying over the horizon. This power. I can't believe it. Yes, All Might. I got All for One to myself now. Thanks for the help by the way. Now. No. This cannot be happening. Who is this man? What is his relationship with All for One? While I'm thinking he approaches me and puts his hand on my head. He's trying to steal my quirk. He's trying to steal One for All. He doesn't know that he's not with me anymore. After a few seconds he pulls his hand away. Strange. You don't have a quirk? How is that possible? He's shocked. He does not know. Midoriya Shounen is safe. This man doesn't seem to have good relations with All for One. He seems to think for a while and starts talking. I overheard you talking with All for One during the fight. He said something about you passing the power on to someone, right? The words I hear make my blood run cold. Hey, come here. Come closer. What he is doing? He's calling the press closer. I have something to say to you. Don't want an exclusive? I will not hurt you guys. If you don't come, I will kill All Might. He threatens, and the reporter and cameraman slowly approach. I can see the two of them are shaking a lot. Eyes shifting from the hooded figure to me, as if looking for an answer to every problem. I'm sorry, lady. I can't help you now. I think helplessly. WW, what do you want? The reporter asks, shaking. Is this being broadcast to all of Japan? The villain asks. The camera pointed at us, showing Gran Torino and All for One on the ground. And myself stuck in the air, unable to move. It must be a horrible sight for everyone watching. I close my eyes in shame. Weiss, great. Focus on me, please. He says, taking the reporter's microphone. Good night, Japan. I have a message for one of your citizens. It starts off smoothly, as if every word he says wouldn't make people watching him hold their breath. Midoriya Izuku POV. We did it. We saved Kaken. All Might defeated All for One. This should be the end. So why isn't it over yet? Because another enemy is there so close to All Might's helpless form. I want to run and come back to help him. Only I know that All Might is already at his limit. That he can't fight anymore. But Ida-kun holds me back. He won't let me go. Now I'm watching on the big screen in Kamino's Central Plaza as the villain speaks to all the people of Japan after having thrown Endeavor away, while holding All Might and Gran Torino hostage. Good night, Japan. I have a message for one of your citizens. My name is Dis-PFDS. You can all call me Dis. Take this seriously. The hooded man, Dis, is happily talking to the camera, as if to report the weather. I came here today to the two strongest quirks in the world. It cannot be. All for one and one for all, he completes, shocking me. You don't know, but these quirks have a very old history. I won't tell? That's not the focus. The focus is that one of these quirks, the one from the villain here at my feet, he says, kicking All for One's body a little, can steal any quirk in existence. He completes, and I can hear exclamations from all the people around me. The second quirk, one for all, he says, pointing to All Might with his thumb on his shoulder. And I feel all the people hold their breath. And I understand why. All Might's quirk has always been a secret to the public. It can empower the user immensely, and is a quirk that can be passed on. All Might here is the 8th user. He finishes, and everyone around me is shocked. Even my classmates. My eyes meet Kaken's. He's looking at me with an indescribable expression. He is putting the pieces together. Kaken knows I'm the 9th user. After managing to steal All for One, I find myself with a problem. One for All has already been passed to its successor. Kaken's gaze hurts now. Now, who is the lucky guy or gal? Let's think. He continues excitedly. All Might would pass his quirk on to someone from the younger generation with a lot of potential and years ahead. This year All Mighty started teaching at UA. Coincidence? I think not. So one of the students at UA have one for all. To narrow it even further, All Might teaches first year. So one of those 40 students is his successor. He says, smiling with his voice. And Kaken hasn't taken his eyes off me so far. Well, how do you know who is All Might's successor? Maybe it's Endeavor's son, the talented Shoto Todoroki? Nope. I remember when All Might moved to this town, he saved 2 boys in a certain incident. My heart is beating faster. Coincidentally, these 2 boys are in the heroic course at UA in their first year. And now I can feel the sweat running through my back. They even reached the semi-finals of the sports festival. One of them won the whole thing. And is the one who started this whole incident today. Being kidnapped? Pathetic. He speaks mockingly. So, is Bakugo Katsuki the chosen successor to All Might? And no, it's not, he says, and I feel like he's enjoying the situation. Like a showman in a stage. And Kakin isn't looking at me anymore. His eyes are glued to the ground. His expression indecipherable. One for All is a quirk that can empower everything in the user. If the user has a quirk, One for All can strengthen that quirk. Otherwise, One for All can still strengthen the body. That's right, to those smart enough to notice. All Might is originally quirkless. I feel the shock of everyone around me. Lots of people mumbling how this is not possible. To conclude, allow me to speak directly to the dear successor. Midoriya Izuku, a sense of dread fills my being. He knows. What does he want to talk about? Midoriya Izuku, Deku. He says as if testing the name on his lips. At the sports festival you broke your body. Because you weren't used to One for All, right? Gulp. You're the kid who tried to save your friend in the sludge villain incident, right? My mouth is opening. All Might saw your heroic act and decided to pass One for All, right? You even came here today to save Bakugo again, right? You're close, right? He keeps asking. And I feel like his words are physically suffocating me. Look at this. The villain crouches down and touches the torso of All for One's body. Then he straightens up again and snaps his fingers. A wrist-sized hole opens where he had previously touched it. Many flinch to the gore sight. You can understand this threat, right? Midoriya Izuku? The same hand that touched All for One is now touching All Might. Right in the face. No. I'm coming for you. If you move, All Might is dead. Midoriya Shounen. Run. Don't care about me, save yourself. All Might screams before an invisible force covers his mouth. Silence All Might, please. You know he wouldn't. Your successor has the heart of a hero. Although he is lacking in all other aspects. Now. I'm going, Midoriya. The villain jumps out of the camera's field of view. My confrontation with him is inevitable. Hector POV. I lied. I just made D4C punch All for One's torso when I snapped my fingers. I don't have All Might hostage. But only I know that. Midoriya wouldn't risk it. If I didn't get One for All now, it will get unnecessarily complicated in the future. Acting like a villain is cringe. But a little fun, I confess. Taking inspiration from villains like Sukuna, Dio, and Joker. I need to put on a big show. Acting very different from my normal personality. All that talk on national TV was for me to get used to my newfound powers. To create chaos to my future actios be more smooth. And also try to attract professional heroes tonight. They better come now. Disorganized. I know that the mouse director of UA is very smart. If he comes up with a strategy with the top pro heroes, I might have a more complicated path than I need to. Tonight I will decrease their numbers, so they cannot react well in the future. I just didn't steal Endeavor's quirk because I want to give everyone a false sense of security. Desperate people take desperate measures. And if Endeavor is still active, the Japanese government will not take such drastic measures, like nuke me, because they will consider Endeavor to be an ace up their sleeves. I move through the air with a mixture of the quirk Airwalk and Tit from Gran Torino. There's another reason I said all that on national TV. As I approach the unconscious Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, I steal their quirks without hesitation. Damn, Momo really have huge badonkas? Anyway, continuing my line of thought. I know where Deku is, and I know Bakugo is with him. And knowing Bakugo's personality, he's going to make things even easier for me. Katsuki Bakugo, what the hell, shitty Deku. What that hooded fucker said is true. So you were picked up by All Might? I asked the useless geek as I grab him by the collar. Today was full of shit going on. I might be responsible for the end of All Might. And now this. Answer, your fucker. This piece of shit can't even look me in the eye. He keeps muttering quickly and under his breath about the people around him. I don't care about people. I want your answer. Tell me. Dude, calm down. Yes, we don't have time to this now. Spiky hair and Four Eyes comes in, separating us. We need to get out of here. Four Eyes says, looking around. There is an empty circle between us and other people. Many took out their smartphones to record us. But All Might. Deku starts. Told you to run away. We've already broken a lot of rules coming on here. We have to follow the instructions of the pros. Even if it hurts me a lot. Four Eyes says through gritted teeth. You will. I will stay here to beat that disfucker or whatever. I exclaim to the losers. But, Kakin. Shut your mouth, fucking shitty D. The bastard wants your for all might quirk or whatever, right? You run always with your tail between your legs and I will stay here to kick his ass. I'm going to beat that hooded motherfucker. And I'm going to make things right now. Everything will be fine. Heroes always win in the end. But, before Four Eyes could say anything, we heard a loud sound, and before anyone reacted, Spiky Hair and Four Eyes are blown away to a store nearby. So the new villain motherfucker dropped from the sky, cracking the ground. There you are. Successor Kuin and his sidekick rival, he says excitedly. This guy's is pissing me off. I think while making small explosions in my hand to warm myself up, I will fucking blow his face away to hell. So, that happens. Initially I planned to give the MC some kind of power so he can gain some spoils of war after defeat strong enemies in Marvel. Then came the idea of him having a power that copies other powers. Initially I intended to give it to him from the gacha, but I thought, let this motherfucker works a little to gain the power, then I created all this BNHA arc. I would give MC a weaker power for him to steal all for one and then improve it. It was going to be Ben Tenza's motion power, but it's too strong for now. He will win in the future, but not now. Then he gained through the CYOA power store. The new MC mutation is strong, very strong. But it has its limitations. And to get stronger, he'll have to defeat stronger enemies. In BNG he will gain a lot of versatility and cover several weaknesses, but he will not return to Marvel as a world breaker. BNHA arc will be a speedrun, so don't worry about straying too far. And then when MC goes back, the plot will continue with summons and world invasion. Fun fact, did you know that I have 3 fanfics that I started writing but didn't publish? The first was from a boy in the world of Banha who won a JoJo system, which he earned points to spend the more he drew attention. He would have to act flamboyant like a JoJo character. The second was in Game of Thrones, a guy who is reincarnated with the appearance of Griffith, Berserk, in the House of Aaron. No powers. Just handler MC winning Game of Thrones. And the third was the one that gave rebirth to this Marvel story. Unlike normal fanfics, there would be 3 MCs. 3 brothers in Marvel. DC powers, Superman, Flash and Green Lantern. Each would have their own personality. But I gave up and merged his personalities into Hector. Cautious, selfish, good guy, a little horny. Anyway, that's it. I hope you liked it. World of Heroes and Villains. Part 2 disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. In this world, evil can arise from the best intentions. And there is good which can come from evil intentions. C. Code Geass. Hector POV. The situation is exactly as I expected. They didn't even move, they didn't push away the people nearby, and they didn't even plan a trap. Seriously? I literally said I was coming and they did nothing. Hard to believe they are training to be heroes. They are just a year younger than me. And they've had formal training. Batman BNA Universe I attacked Ida first to stop him from running carrying Deku. Not that he would go very far, but I want them where I want them. Kirishima was a bonus. He was close and I punched him too. Sorry. So future All Might who has no future anymore, will you hand me one for all willing? I ask already knowing the answer. Why are you doing this? The broccoli head asks me. Seriously? At this point in the championship? But it's a good opportunity. He's probably stalling for time and planning in that meticulous little head of his. Let's take that calm away from him a little. Todoroki-kun asked the same question, I say, making his eyes widen. Along with that busta girl. What's the name? Yao Treasure or something? I say. What did you do with Todoroki-kun and Yairo-zin? The one for all wielder yells nervously. What do you think? I say as I make ice and fire come out of my hands. I watch his eyes widen in horror. Why are you so shocked? Have you not considered the risks of coming here tonight? Are you treating all this here like a game? Wake up to reality, idiot. You sacrificed 2 people for your precious childhood bully, damn it. His fists start to clench. Is it worth it? They must be full of regret now for following your selfish desire. You try to act like a hero, but you don't take responsibility for the people around you. He's shaking all over now. If you can't protect your friends, how can you call yourself a hero in the future? I keep pressing. All Might must have regretted choosing you as his successor, but he's too embarrassed to ask for one for all back. I bet he cries in the shower every day. I think I will get him out of his misery by killing him soon. I make the snapping motion of my fingers. The bluff from before. And as expected, he snaps. He lunges towards me with the intention of punching me. You're making this too easy, Deku. He's a lot faster than I expected. I think he damaged his leg bones in that jump. But I've already gotten used to All Might's speed by watching the previous fight with All for One. He won't take me by surprise. I wave my hand in his direction and use 2 of my powers. The Force and a Machi attack. Normally someone would use knockback force. But I do the opposite. I pull him to me, causing him to accelerate out of control. He loses momentum coming face to face with my enlarged Machi punch. My Machi clings to him, enveloping him. Now I retract the Machi for myself, and while Deku is wrapped in a ball of Machi, I touch his head and steal one for all. Very anticlimactic, I should say. In the manga, it is difficult to steal the one for all because of some bullshit of power of union. Chapter 1 to 20 is ended and next chapter 21 to 40 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.